Okay, let's try this again. Okay. Jamie! Jamie from Germany. Hey, we have two Jamies in here. Same spelling. Not right now, but there's another Jamie. Jamie O. If he comes in tonight. Kabul! Thank you, brother. From Afghanistan. I think I recognize you. Kabul. Guillermo. Second class petty officer. United States Navy. 2 bars, 2 chevrons. Working with the Marine Corps, that's the Marine Corps cover, providing medical support for them 2004, 2005 over in Bob Peak, Iraq. Chill guy. What's up, brother? Guillermo Blanco, ¿cómo estás? Yourself, Guillermo? Former military or? Hoorah, Denise, thank you. It is. It's, what time is it there? It would be 1:17 a.m. Tuesday morning in England. Yep. There he is. You're back. That was fast. Good job. Good job. Denise. Chill. Guillermo. Kabul. Girl in the mirror. Jamie. From Germany. Hey, we got all over the world right now. Germany. Guillermo, where are you from? England, Philippines, USA, correct, anonymous, what's up, Aaron? What's up, Ron? From Georgia. The country Georgia, correct? Not the state of Georgia in the United States? Or which one? No. I had an opportunity to, but didn't pull the trigger. No. Did I go to Vietnam? What are you trying to say, Dark Lord? No, I'm not old enough to have been in Vietnam. Fort Moore in Georgia, the state of Georgia. Praise God. Absolutely. People need to do more of that, right, Anonymous? They need to give credit where credit is due. Did I kill anyone? Wait, did I go to Vietnam? Did I go to war? Yes, Iraq was during war. It was OEF, OIF. What's up? Am too fine. Well, if he would have been willing to kill somebody else, myself or one of our own, I wouldn't have had a choice. Make sense? I would have. What's up, Joe? Spirit. Right. But Anonymous, now that you said that, though, that's as you know, or I'm going to assume you know, that's just another example of how your life can end in a heartbeat. We have no guarantee that we're going to live, tomorrow. So that's why the most important question is, are you 100% sure you got that taken care of? In the event something like somebody pulls the trigger and takes your life, or God decides to take your life tomorrow, right? Or in the near future even. What if somebody pulled the trigger? Or what if, you didn't get the opportunity to take your last breath 5 minutes from now? Then what? It is. So you got that taken care of already? CK, I'm gonna call you. What's up, Thomas? What's up, G? Because you don't deserve that title, so I'll call you G. Like I'm a G. My first name is G, so. Yeah, or the Rapture. Yeah, either one. Hoorah, Anonymous. Here, I almost think that's my wife in disguise right there. I see you. Are you in the U.S.? Sounds like you need to move. If you're in the U.S., that is. What's up, Joe? Lorena. Today was snowy and very quiet out there. I did go to the post office earlier in the morning. That was kind of a slippery ride. But other than that, I've been in the house ever since then. Yeah, I hope not. I hope it's not. Oh, thank you for the audio. Hold on one second. That is wise because I didn't have my audio set. It should be a little bit better now. But you're right. The audio, the music can be a little bit too loud. Thank you, Mark. I had the audio set on automatic volume. And I normally shut that off, and I forgot. And I have it set almost max. Yeah. Thank you, though. Dave Morrill. Hey, I worked with a guy. His name was Jupiter. No kidding. His name was Jupiter Morrill. That's not you, is it, Jupiter? That's right. That's not King James, but that's correct. What verse is that, Dave? I'm trying to zoom in on your profile pic, but I can't on the computer. Oh, Ralph. Sorry. No, I wasn't corporal. That's a Navy insignia, so that's a second class petty officer. Equivalent to a sergeant, not a corporal. That's a E5. Not that I know of. No. Separated from the United States Navy as a medic or a corpsman, they call it in the United States Navy. If there are 7 ghosts, God didn't create them. Hey, there's the other Jamie. You see Jamie? Jamie O. Remember I said there's a Jamie O in the house? Well, earlier on there, Jamie, there was another Jamie. I'm looking for him. Where'd you go? Are you still here? Thanks everybody for coming in. Wow, look at this. Everybody's flowing in. Flipper! Hoorah! Actually, I was wearing my MAGA hat, and I decided to change it, and I'm wearing my military cover. No, you're a fake claiming I'm a fake. How about that? You fool. God. And he doesn't know the difference between Army, Navy, and or Marines, because I'm not Army, so which am I? You got a 50-50 chance to guess it right now. I already named the other 2 that it could be. Actually, it has to do with the Word of God, military, or emergency medicine. Those are the 3 tags that I use. So, exaggerate. You're talking about stolen valor? Is that what you're talking about? Isaiah 16:11 mentions that. I'll have to look that up. There you go, William. You see, now William's good to go. All right, he got everything right. He knew my rate and rank and his rate and rank. Hoorah, William. Welcome back. And what is that? Corporal HD 21.71. What is that? I know, the room is hot. I thought you were calling me hot. I was like, okay, I didn't know that about you, Jamie. But thank you. Such some bacon. What's up, brother Taylor? I know it's like scrolling. I'm hypnotist Sappho. Forgive me if I miss you guys. Yeah. Copy and paste that verse for me, so we can read it. Put it in context here. Hypnotist, Korean, newbie. Hey, come back, newbie. Share some more of your silliness. Sorry to hear that. That's too much info there. I didn't serve in the Army. United States Navy, 8 years, 1999 to 2007. Yes, you're not the only one that asked for advice, ABCD. A youngster, a 16-year-old, came in and was asking about the military, and I gave him some advice. I come from a civilian world that fed me, and then I joined the Navy at 37 years old. So, and I got 8 years of the Navy, so I can give you a little bit of both and what I learned about the military. And let me see if I can condense that so I don't take up too much time. Clint Eastwood? No. Wrong. But here was my advice in a nutshell to the 16-year-old is he was asking, you know, I'm interested in joining the service, but I'm not sure how to do it. I want to be a aircraft mechanic. So should I go to school before I join the military or after? And I thought about it, and I thought, well, you need to go into a recruiter's office with your parent, although you're 20, so you don't need to, but if you could bring somebody in there that you know that was in the military, that would be some good advice. Bring somebody that knows what the recruiter is trying to sell you. And, you know, and then ask those questions to the recruiter. If you already have a skill set of any kind, of any sort in the civilian world, they're going to ask you, so what do you do in the civilian world? And they might be able to apply that if you've got a license or you've got some education already towards the military and bring you in at a little higher rank than just starting out, you know, from square one as a recruit. They did that with me. I was already a paramedic, had my paramedic license, so I brought my paramedic license in. They brought me in as a third-class petty officer in the Navy, and then I eventually tested for second class. They might even, I know the military will pay for your school, but if you're going to school in the military, for instance, pursuing your bachelor's, maybe you want to become an officer, so you need a bachelor's or above. If you're in the military and they're paying for it, and all of a sudden your unit is called to deploy, not necessarily at war, but anywhere in the world. You know, maybe you need to go to Africa for a peacekeeping mission or whatever, or wherever it is. You're going to need to leave your school, you know, your studies, and put that on hold while you take care of business. Whereas if you're going to school in the civilian world, you don't have that interruption. So you can finish school before you join the military and then join the military. Or you can talk to the recruiter about that, and he might say something like, well, how about if I reserve a spot for you, and after you finish your school in the civilian world, you'll have a spot in the military doing what you're requesting you want to do. And they might give you a bonus to do that as an incentive, but you're going to make a commitment to join the military when you finish your school. That sounds like the best option. So go into a recruiter and ask them about it. You can do it right now. Just make a strict commitment a strict decision not to make a commitment, because they're going to try hard to get you to sign on the dotted line. Go into a recruiter's office and talk with them and accept the paperwork, you know, the brochure, and then walk out of the trailer and go home and do your homework about, okay, what am I going to do? Or what are my options? And make a plan. But go in. As a matter of fact, if you got a good friend or a girlfriend, you know, that supports you, go in with her or him, two of you. That way you can both ask each other, you know, and you can all three, you two can grill the recruiter, you know, because sometimes the second person can help you think of things that you're not thinking of. Well, what about this? And what about that? That would be my suggestion. So, anyways, am I afraid of re-enlisting? Well, I'm 62 years old, so I can't. The cutoff age today is 43. Just to let all the ladies and gentlemen out there know, the cutoff age for the military today is 43 years old. So you can do a 20-year stint in the military and retire when you're 63, if you're 43. If you join when you're 18, you can retire at 38. I'm sorry, 38. I mean, where else do you have the opportunity to retire and collect a pension at 38 years old? You may still need to work because the job, the rate that you retired at may not pay enough, to no longer work anymore in your life. Because, if you come in at 18, you might only make E5 or E6. And that may not be enough, to support, your life. So you might have to work some more. I was in OEF, Operation Iraqi Freedom, Enduring Freedom, 2004-2005. I provided medical support for the United States Marines. That's their cover, their desert cami. You're welcome, ABCD. Hoorah! Well, that's what signing on the dotted line means. That means you're volunteering to send you wherever you're sent. Doesn't matter who sent you. You're making that commitment that wherever they send me, I'm going to go and do it, whether it's right or wrong, in somebody else's eyes or in your own eyes. You make that decision. Do I want to sign my name on the dotted line to make that commitment? So when people say they're sending, our guys and getting them killed, no. I signed my name on the dotted line. I made that decision. So if there's anybody to blame, it's me. Not that I know of. Upstart. Thanks, Uplifting. Let me go back here. I was talking away, and I'm sure I missed a whole bunch here. Hey, everybody's corrupt, bro. Hang around somebody long enough, and you can figure out something wrong about them. But like somebody said in the last live stream, but government is fair game, in other words, too. Yeah, how many more days? We got 14 more days, 2 more weeks, and that's all going to change. What is DMT? Is that is that ecstasy? What's DMT? You're 51 with 5 kids. There you go. Hoorah, Scott. Praise God for the military. Noodles! I mean, Sio or Xiaomo. Is that like Shomai? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I figured that out after the fact. 9808. William. Sorry, again, I know I missed a bunch, so I'm going back. Tell me where you were in 2004, 2005. Maybe we did. And before that, I was doing reserve duty at Point Magoo in Oxnard, California. Luther. Oh, how cool. What a cool story. Puppet Master, Word of God, military, emergency medicine, i.e. the ambulance in the background there. That's what I used to do. What is glizzy surfing? Mike! Corporal in the United States Marines, I take it. Yeah, there you go. Oh, exaggerated value. How many vets do you think exaggerated? Oh, that exaggerated their stories. Oh, I don't know. But how many people do you know exaggerate anything? Whether it's military or civilian. How many people do you know that like just to embellish everything they say? I can think of somebody right now as I speak. Paris. Okay, I'm catching back up here. Sorry. Clark. Ooh, hoorah, small world, huh? My hometown is San Diego. I know where Camp Pendleton is well. Right up off Highway 5, Basilone exit. At least off Highway 5 it is. One of the exits, that is. Basilone Road all the way up to Oceanside. And I actually used to ride my bike up to the front gate of Camp Pendleton. I would ride like 75-mile loop from Claremont all the way up to Oceanside, and then turn around at the front gate and ride back to Pacific Beach, and then back up Garnett and Balboa back to Claremont. Hoorah. No, I actually did some schooling there in Camp Pendleton and Camp Lejeune. Before I got deployed, actually, I did the Field Medical Service School, both in Camp Pendleton and Camp Lejeune. Not Tate Tuft. John Shipley wants to talk to you. Badoom. Psh. Yeah, you can send me to Don Shipley anytime. Which camp was better? I don't know what you mean by better. I guess accommodation-wise, because I was only there for like 2 weeks each place. 2 weeks to do the schoolwork, the books, and then 2 weeks to do the field training in Camp Lejeune. You know what? I can't even remember. I'm going to say Camp Pendleton's better because of the weather. Because it's perfect San Diego, Southern California weather compared to hot and humid Camp Lejeune and the chiggers in the woods and all that brings. So yeah, R. Lee Ermey. As a matter of fact, we got to see him live at 29 Palms before we went to Iraq. He did a presentation there in the theater at 29 Palms. Matter of fact, I think that's the name of the theater. Don't quote me on that. Maybe it was just his name was showing up, but I'm not sure. Yeah, don't quote me on that. What's that, Scott? My dad said I can't pedal to him. If you messed up, they would literally take you out back and beat the... you have to clarify that for me. Oh my gosh, Claremont and San Dimas. Scott. What about Claremont? Now Claremont, it's another different spelling, so there's actually, I think there's more than one Claremont in California, but mine was Clairemont. It's a suburb of San Diego there. Urate. HM2 Doc MacKay. MCCAY. That's the correct spelling. That's the American version of MACKAY. 1999 to 2007. Those were the dates. Send those to him. Guarantee you he'll send you an angry email back saying, "What the WTF? Like, why are you sending me this information?" Hoorah, Shauna. Praise God for the military. Orange County, Garden Grove. Oh my gosh, small world. Right on, Callie. Oh, I see. When he at Camp Pendleton, got you. I'm sure it might be a little different now, but that's okay. It's okay. I know, bacon, huh? I like got flooded. There's like 86 people at least looking at it right now. Praise God, guys. MCRD San Diego, then Camp Pendleton, then stationed at Camp Lejeune. Hoorah, Joe. I joined in 1999 at 37 years old. And they brought me in as a third class. This is third class petty officer with the 1 chevron. And I did field medical service school a year or 2 years prior. Let's see, 4 years prior to going to Iraq, where I did the school, the book work at Camp Pendleton, and then they sent us to Camp Lejeune for 2 weeks to finish the program. Dublin. Thank God, Jonathan. We got Ireland, we got USA, we have Germany, or we had Philippines. We have visitors usually from Spain, and of course throughout the United States, New Zealand, Australia, Hong Kong. Oh, I know. I get them constantly too about the water. Did you serve at Camp Pendleton between the years of this? Actually, I wasn't there. I think that goes all the way up to 1989. And I was there in, like I said, 2000. Yeah, it's a water thing. The water was contaminated with some toxin or something, and so they found that out after the fact, and now the water. You should see the water here coming out of my tap in New Jersey. Oh my gosh. I tell my wife that all the time. It's like sludge that clogs up the metal screen, and it comes out of my shower and coats the toilet. And you see it. It's like, what? Don't they filter this stuff? I have no idea. Scott. Thanks, Zach. I know. Bro, are you in New Jersey? Pricks in 2025. I love it. What did Patton say back then? Ace, educate us. I'm in Atlantic County, about 10 miles from the city. Speaking of Trump, from the Trump Plaza. No, 8 years in the Navy and never stepped board a ship. Okay, you Navy squids, give me a hard time. Oh, that's cool, Bacon. Oh, I don't know where Warren County is. Sorry. I'm still learning the burbs of New Jersey and the townships. And I've been here, a total of 14 years or something. I'm a San Diego boy, transplanted to New Jersey. Repeat yourself if I didn't respond to a question you had, because as you can see, it's been quite busy in here. I'm scrolling back to see if I can recall anything that I missed. Yeah, I was in the reserves and active duty both. I mean, technically, those active dutyists won't give me credit for that because I've already got the reservist painted on my forehead, so they'll give me a hard time about that. Yeah, I served my active duty at war. And you? That's what I would tell them. And you? But if I could do it again, I wanted to learn the onboard, a boat etiquette and just the normal, what is normal for those that are based on a ship. I wanted to become part of that, or at least learn that, and I didn't get a chance to. So I know nothing. I never got to, salute the ensign when I cross the gangway, and the etiquette that you go through just to board a ship, which is second nature to everybody that works on one. But I only learned about it in a book, but I never got to apply it. So, salute the ensign at the aft of the ship, and then salute if I remember correctly, the officer in charge, and then ask for permission to board the ship, and he says, granted, and off you go. Yeah, it's pretty historic, where that came from, and I never got a chance to go through the motions. So. That's right. Yeah, keep that in your head. That would be a good way to put it, Scott. Don't think of it serving your government. You're serving your flag, and the flag itself has a story behind it. And I would encourage people to dissect and define that story, where the flag came from. The whole thing, the staff. Yep. The flag, etc. The aircraft carrier, is that the aircraft carrier, JFK? Yeah, it's a city. It's a floating city. If that's yeah, you just said it, Bacon. Yep. I had a chance. Part of a reserve duty is you're doing 1 weekend per month. That's a requirement. Your employer, if you're working in the civilian world, has to let you off and have your job, secure when you get back 3 days later. You leave on a Friday night, spend the night in a hotel, you work Saturday, Sunday, you come back Sunday night, and then you go to work Monday morning, or that's an example. As well as 2 weeks, a 14-day period out of the year, you need to commit your 14 days somewhere, whether it's already determined by your unit, which happened a few times, and or you get to actually go online and look for a requirement that is open for your rate, which is mine's a corpsman or an HM, hospitalman. So if you can find a gig open in Catalonia, Spain, or etc., the cities of Spain, they'll fly you there, and you could do 2 weeks in Spain. I found a 2-week stint on an aircraft carrier. I don't know if it was the JFK, but I was told they would fly you out to the aircraft carrier. They're somewhere out in the middle of the Pacific, going to Hawaii. They're on their Westpac. And yeah, they would fly you to the aircraft carrier. You do 2 weeks on the aircraft carrier, and then they'd fly you home. And unfortunately, I didn't find a spot open. I had put in for a 2-week commitment in Ketchikan, Alaska. I found it online through a government website, and there was like 2 positions open for a corpsman. I was like, cool. I could do salmon fishing, up in Ketchikan, Alaska. And so I was planning it. What am I going to do while I'm there? If I'm going to even have any time to do anything else. You might have, 1 or 2 weekends available in your 2 weeks, for free time. And it was all ready to go. I actually submitted it to my commanding officer. It was a lady. Matter of fact, what was her last name? Oh my gosh, I can see her. She's kind of a stockier lady, redhead from Texas. Anyways, and I submitted it to her email and waiting for her to sign off on it. And I was on my way to Ketchikan, Alaska for my last 2-week, they call it temporary active duty, T8, temporary active duty, TAD? No, your AT, annual training. And all of a sudden, I got a phone call at work when I was up in Central California working as a paramedic. I was actually washing my ambulance with the brush out at this car wash. And my flip phone, which I had at the time, was buzzing, so I picked it up, and it was my unit, or some lower-ranking young guy on the phone calling me by name. I think I was 3rd class then. HM3 MacKay, this is so-and-so from Point Mugu, Oxnard, California. You want a secure line? And I went, well, I'm on my cell phone. He goes, can you get to a landline? And I went, I all of a sudden realized, OMG, this is the phone call that everyone was talking about. Did you get the phone call? Did you get the phone call? Being deployed to Iraq. This was after 9/11. And I said, yeah, I'll have to call you back. He said, okay, I'll be waiting for you. So I went into my employer and asked her to get on a landline, and she said, sure, use the room in the back. There's a phone in there. So I went in, closed the door, and called him back, and he started giving me the details, the who, what, when, where, why of my deployment. So in around June of 2004, I began the process. I had 3 weeks to get literally my sea bag packed. And they give you a checklist, and it seemed like twice a month they have a presentation by the head honcho of the base, and he would come aboard and he would have a meeting in a theater, and he was always giving the gist of readiness, meaning what we needed to make sure we had good to go, ready in the event we got deployed. And it was up to our unit superiors to make sure we were ready, whether it was training and or the how to pack your sea bag and what to bring and what not to bring. And I got that phone call, and the rest was history. That was actually the end of my Navy career, was my deployment, because when I got home, I decided, I'm time to tie this up and get out of the Navy, because Iraq was a really horribly dangerous place, to spend time at. And the rumor was I was going to end up in Afghanistan next as a 42-year-old second-class petty officer. And I thought, no, I can't. I got an 8-month pregnant wife waiting for me at home. My second marriage, I'm 42 years old. And let's see, I got out in 2005. So I was going to be 43. Yeah. So I let my 8-year contract expire, and I got out in 2007. So that was the end of that. Daniel, Barry, Amber, TDY, that's a hard of hearing machine. Original. Ah, cool. Bacon. Jonathan. Jake. Ah, cool. You head to Paris Island. Hoorah, Marine. I'll call you that already, even though you're not one yet, but as a corpsman, my advice to all the Marines, Drink, drink, drink. And when you're done drinking, drink some more. Stay away from the bug juice. They'll teach you what the bug juice is. That's cool, Jake. Have fun. Just deal with the yelling and screaming. It all has a purpose. You might not understand it right now, but just deal with it. Don't laugh. They'll pick you out in a heartbeat and make you suffer, and they'll make everybody else suffer because of you. So don't do that to to the rest of them. Hey, do it, dude. I was 37. Though more than likely, well, who knows? You can either be a reservist or you can do active duty. Hoorah. Now, see, that was before me. I worked with a kid, corpsman, Navy corpsman, that just got back from Desert Storm. Yep. And then who would know that I would end up in, the Al Anbar province in 2004, 2005. Yeah, maybe you came in after the fact. I was 36, about to be 37, when I joined the Navy Reserves. I brought my paramedic license into a recruiter's trailer and eventually signed on the dotted line. They brought me in as a third class. This is second class. It has 1 bar for a third class. It's kind of the opposite of what you would think. You would think third class would be 3 bars, but no, that's first class. So it goes 1 bar, 2 bar, 3 bars, but it's third class, second class, first class. Zhang Fu, Becky, Tomboy. That's what we're doing there, Tomboy. Yep, I did. No, United States Navy, corpsman, with the United States Marine Corps. Actually, I didn't join as a Navy corpsman with the Marines. There's 2 considerations in as far as that goes. You're either blue side or you're green side as a Navy corpsman. You're either blue side means you're on the working in the Navy with a Navy unit as a corpsman, as a medic, or you're put with the Marine Corps battalion and you're one of their Navy corpsmen. The Navy provides medical support for the Marine Corps. So I was blue side when I joined the Navy. And then when I got deployed to Iraq in 2004, 2005, they put me with the Marine Corps unit, 123 Marines out of Houston, Texas. So I served with them in Iraq for 1 tour, which is 7 months. It was a total of around 10 months from beginning to end, but the time over in Iraq was 7 months. From the end of August to sometime in April of 2005. August 2004 to April 2005. Nisha, Vegas. There you go, bro. That's so cool. Tell me, what's 88M? I didn't get to memorize all the Marine Corps MOSs, but you can educate me. I know 13 Bravo, right? But I don't know 88M. Is that motor transportation by any chance? What is 88M? Nope, you're good. Yeah, a lot of people, like, you probably never heard of somebody joining the military at that age that we're talking about, in their 30s. I didn't even know that was possible. then. And the cutoff age then was 37. It's 43 now. So you can join at 43 and do 20 years and retire at 63. So, yep. Yeah, transportation, Army. Gotcha. My guess was right. In the Marine Corps, they call it motor transportation. And we worked with a motor transportation corporal. Was he Lance Corporal? I think it was Lance Corporal. Worked with us as our driver of our Humvee / ambulance, quote unquote ambulance. So they assigned a Marine motor transportation guy to be our driver. Ah, you did. There you go. Basic training. I went to boot camp at 37. Wow, that's creepy. I got like a future version of my brother, and what's scary is he's in the Marines. That's awesome. Here, let me show you something, guys. Let me show you the t-shirt that I had made before I came home, and I'll tell you the story behind it. It wasn't a very a good story. It wasn't all good. The t-shirt looks nice, but the story behind it was a little unfortunate on my part. It was my own doing, my own screw up, but let me show you what, oh, did I erase everything? I sure did. Oh no. I'll have to bring it back. Hold on. Video clips. Wait. Maybe I didn't. Background. Oh, no. Here it is. Okay, here's the t-shirt that I, hold on. You met an Iraq vet at MEPS who lost his left leg doing transportation due to a roadside. That's it. Yeah, as those that haven't already heard that was the most dangerous time in theater, is in a vehicle on the road. At least I think statistically, that's where most accidents happened. They weren't accidents. That's where most injuries occurred were out on the road. And I knew that was the scuttlebutt, the rumor, as the Navy calls it, when I was over there. So it was nerve-wracking to know that you were being inserted into somewhere inside of a vehicle. That meant you needed to get out on the highway and or a dirt road and go for a prolonged period of time, and you have no control. There's no control, and it's horrible to be in the back. You're just rolling along with this buzz of anxiety that's just going through your body, and there's nothing you can do about it. And it does go away after a while, but it's not a good feeling. You'd rather walk than be in a vehicle, even though the chances of walking over an IED is possible too when you're walking, but roadside, on the road was always, everybody dreaded being on the road. So I don't know. Any Marines out there? Myself, ask me to clarify if you're confused. I don't know the Marine Corps MOSs other than 13 Bravo, and I just learned an Army. What was that? 88M. That was motor transportation or transportation. But carpentry and craftsmanship. Here, somebody already said CBs. That would be carpentry. There we go. Thank you, Bacon. I didn't realize you answered it already. Yes, that's kind of just using your common sense and or your education. Yep. That would be Navy side. The Navy side is the Seabees. They're the ones that do the construction and everything that has to do with construction. Jamal, what did you do in the water? Were you a sailor by any chance? I was in the Navy, Aaron, providing men. I was a doc, hence the reason for my name, Doc MacKay. So I didn't have an MOS. Navy doesn't have MOS. I was an HM2, second class hospitalman. Excuse me. Yep, so N9, I'm sorry, were you the one that's in your 30s? Sorry, Lil, Stuart, Charles, praise God. America! I like it. Do you think they're accurate? No. I don't know. I'm not a sniper, but most Hollywood-made movies, you know, they always fall short of what is real. It's entertainment more than anything. But if you want to watch, you know, you've seen everybody's carrying a you know, action cam these days out in war. So I like watching those more than anything. It's good PR, I guess, these movies, you know, for the military. Kind of motivates some of the young guys and gals. What do I? Savior, clean it up, bro. Awesome, Jamal. What do you mean nobody called you Doc? If you're with the Marines, that's what they called you. They didn't use any like derogatory names to call you. You're 29. Hoorah! Yeah, going if you're interested, go into the recruiter's trailer and, you know, just go in there. If you're not ready to sign your name on anything yet, just know that they're going to do their best and sell you on a lot of stuff. But no matter what they say, not that it's not true, just don't make a decision in the trailer there unless you're ready to. But I didn't. You know, I took it home so I could think about it, look at it, you know, and ask more questions to myself and others instead of asking questions to the Navy recruiter only. He was only 23 years old and I was 37. And so what did you do, Jamal? What was your you said you were Army or sorry, or Marine Corps? John. What's up, John Joe? What are you talking about, Jordan? You mean the paper you get in the mail in the event of a draft? Is that what you're talking about? The draft papers? No, John. I'm just talking about the Word of God, emergency medicine, and military as as we speak. Makarov, cool. Navy. And sorry, Jamal, what did you do in the Navy? Did you just tell me? Were you a CB? I have no idea, Jordan. United States Navy, baby. Here, I won't say anything. I'll just show the other T-shirt when I went to Field Medical Service School, FMSS. Is here. The Navy guys and Marine. This was Camp Lejeune, and Camp Pendleton and Camp Lejeune both. You can see my name in the first squad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 names down. Hoorah. The dirty third, that's it. Dirty tree and a turd. And a turd. Yeah, that's good. Hoorah, look at that. CV-61 Ranger. Aviation support. You know, we just had a 16-year-old in here, Jamal, that was asking about your job. He wanted to be a aviation mechanic, and he was asking about. He was 16 years old. He was asking like, what would the sequence of events? He was trying to figure out, should I go to school before I join the Navy, or should I join the Navy and let them pay for me, or what? And I was giving him some options that he could consider. You would have been helpful. No, part of the Navy's. They're the CB, the letter CB, Construction Battalion. It's a Navy unit, Navy department. There you go. Wasn't your grandpa a CB, Bacon? Or was that... I forgot the story. Dixon! Oh, that's right. Radio Man. Chief. You told me before. Okay. That's cool. Yeah, I wonder, if I had joined the Navy as a younger guy and stayed in 20 years, or even if I would have stayed in the Navy and did my 20 years till I was 37 to 57, what rank would I have gotten out at? Probably a chief. That seems to be the... Yeah, who knows? Unless I got my bachelor's, and then I could become an officer if I so choose. So. Yes, sir. I did. Yeah, it was. It was an opportunity I didn't even know about until a lady I was chasing in New Orleans, Louisiana, brought home a brochure, and I thought, what's this? And then I dug it out of my suitcase when I got back to San Diego and was in between jobs, tail between my legs after chasing her for 8 months, and decided to go down to a recruiter's trailer and inquire about it. And the rest is history. Shortly thereafter, I met a recruiter at Denny's up off Highway 5 in Del Mar, by the Del Mar Fairgrounds. And I signed my name on the dotted line to an 8-year contract, 1999 to 2007, at 37 years old. Yep. Dude, I was there. Well, at least right after you. I mean, before you. I went home in April of 2005. But I was at Fob Heat and the Haditha Dam with the 123 Marines. Yeah, really. When you say New Orleans, do you need to add Louisiana? NOLA. Call it NOLA. N-O-L-A. Oh my gosh, Aaron, bro, that was the unit after me. Gosh, you're talking. Yeah, I just got goosebumps when you said that. The unit, don't quote me, they're from Ohio. I don't know if they're 2-5 or 2nd Battalion, 5th Marines, or 3-1, whatever they were, came in to relieve us in April. That's when we went home. At 2 weeks, I don't know if it was March or April, whatever, but they came in, a couple weeks before we literally got into the back of the 7 tons and got out of there. And then after their deployment, we got word that they lost 45 people. And we just did 7 months there, and we lost 2. And I was like my jaws hanging down going, what happened? And that's what you're talking about. The Haditha Dam massacre. Yeah, it was. And the corpsman that shadowed me when he got there, he literally grabbed my arm when he first got there. Just scared young kid like I was. I was a scared older guy. Just anxiety, out the roof, not knowing where you are, never done this before in real time. And that corpsman survived, and he's living in Wisconsin with his family and children now, and we actually reunited, at least on Facebook and by phone, and we talked, and he told me about, he said it was horrible. He said, even though, for him, it was horrible. And he was a young corpsman, and I thought, man, we got out of there just in time, I guess. Who knows? So, yep. 45 people. And we lost 4, sorry. We lost 4. 2 to a motor vehicle accident, a head-on collision between a Mercedes-Benz and a Humvee out on the open highway. High rate of speed. Driver and passenger were killed of the Humvee. And the other one was an IED. And they brought that Humvee into our fob, and they had it all taped off, and we couldn't go over there and look at it. I was just curious, that morbid curiosity of a corpsman wanting to go over there and look at the mechanism of injury, or the mechanism that was involved. And you could see it from a distance. We were looking at it through our scopes with our weapons and binoculars, and they just didn't want people, over there taking pictures and stuff. So, but yeah, only 4 out of 600, they're about 600 in the battalion. And then we heard 45 were lost in the unit that relieved us. And I thought, holy moly, what, where, how? Sanders. Outdoors. I have no idea who the DuPont family is, other than the, what is that? Is that oil? DuPont? Turnover. Is that what you're saying might have happened? A shitty turnover? You know, here, and this isn't to compare, but just bringing back memories. We were tasked to go to the Haditha Dam and provide cover over there, because our unit, the half of the battalion that was at the Haditha Dam, was going on a they were tasked to go somewhere else for about 3 days. So they determined that Haditha Dam was more important than Fob Heat. So we abandoned our Fob Heat, per se, and left for Haditha Dam to provide support there. And while we were there, I got tasked to go on a patrol with a platoon to go through the palm groves along the Euphrates River, south of the Haditha Dam. And word was that the S was going to hit the fan, very possibly a high percentage chance that things were going to happen on this patrol. So they were getting them prepped for it, and as much as they could. And I was getting wind of this, and I'm going to be one of their corpsmen, one of two or however many other corpsmen were with me. And I was starting to, I didn't know. I was wanting to get out of it. And I thought, if there's a possibility, let me inquire and see if anybody wants to fill my spot, as good as that was going to do. So I remember my HM1 said, my first class petty officer said, my door is always open. There's no stupid question. If you want to talk, my doors are always open. Don't think you can't come in and talk to me. So I went, okay, now's the time to come in and to go in and talk with HM1. So I went in there, and unfortunately, another first class with the Haditha Dam unit stayed behind, and he was there with my first class, and it turned out to be a good guy, bad guy kind of. I thought I was going to be able to speak privately with my first class, but it wasn't the case. And so my first class was receptive and basically just was all ears and listened, while the other first class decided to give me flack about not wanting to go. And I had to deal with that, And so the bottom line was, unfortunately, no, there was nobody else to fill in or to ask. So I went on the patrol, and thank God nothing happened. It was quiet as quiet could be, along the Euphrates River, under the palm groves, the date groves, But apparently that's similar or something like what happened when they lost, these guys. I actually saw a YouTube video. It was a remake, of, an actor depiction of the Haditha Dam massacre, and it looked like it happened actually at the dam itself, or out at and around the dam itself. So how cool if that's true. Santa! Hoorah, 2 more weeks. Right? Outdoors, 2 more weeks. Praise God for the military gun. Hey, Gravelly Lake. We have a Gravelly Lake right here in Egg Harbor Township, New Jersey. It's a small little lake. It's more of I was told it's an old mining pit, and they abandoned it. They filled it, or it filled with water. So it's like a 15-foot. I actually measured it with my sonar. Lake with bass and pickerel, and it's called Gravelly Lake. It's just a small, I don't know, 100-yard long or maybe 200-yard long hole, and about 50 yards wide. Just this big dark hole in the ground filled with water. I launch my pedal kayak in there and troll around with the trolling motor and catch some pretty big 4 or 5 pound bass. Haven't caught a 5-pounder, but a few 4-pounders, 4+ pounders. Bro, if you paid attention to his first 4 years, you would have said something differently, because he did just that. He was fixing, you can never say all, and he went after he was closing the borders for that very reason, and was in the process of doing that, solving that problem. So all he's going to do is continue where he was, unfortunately, where the rug was swept out from underneath him after his first 4 years, which includes, doing just that. He was not only changing the United States, he was changing the world by doing so, and had no idea why they. Well, I have an idea why they got rid of him, but yeah, well, nobody's perfect. Now, the drones are drones. How about that? That's exactly what they are. They're drones. And more from Spain. I was saying we have people from different countries, and I mentioned you, not directly, but said we had people from Spain in the room, and yeah, there you go. Speaking of infringement. Yeah, right there. What is 2A? Sorry. How do you feel about the 2A? Huh? Praise God. We won't go into detail, right? Beats. But I second that motion. Sorry. Oh, Second Amendment. Okay. But what are the drones for? I don't know what drones do. Kind of just to nip that subject in the bud. Whatever, they were testing something. Maybe they were testing the drones. And they decided to do it at night when it wasn't as visible as during the day, and then the media got a hold of it, or actually the public, the social media got a hold of it, and the rest is history. Big dog, you say? Are you talking about me or? How much you want to bet? Since you say I bet. Let's make it $200. You want to? That's all right. Sean. I'll take him up on that. 500, 200, 500. How much you want to bet? I've got a PayPal. Do you have a PayPal? Big dog? Eddington, Willie. 15K. Not playing anything. You mean the music? I don't know. What's the name of it? It's a default music with the platform, the live stream platform. It's just called Rock. That's the name it gives. Rock. Here, we'll calm things down a bit here. Oh, it looks like I don't know. A little better tone, I've been told, the headset microphones. Ever loving outdoors. You know, the people that say that are usually people that have never served because they don't know. I am MR2. Do you own an MR2 by any chance? Speaking of Fortnite, my son is playing Fortnite up there on his laptop as we speak. No. Hoorah! Howard, there's probably, what, going on 10 of us that show up in the room? I know there's more than 5. Hoorah. Let's see what Everloving did. Security in Iraq. My unit did over 1 million square miles. Praise God. Were you with the Army or Marines? That's a scary job, being out on the road. We were just talking about that. And what years were you in? Or are you still in? Army. Well, wait a minute. There's another guy in the 88M. He was just here. That wasn't you, was it? Sean. On hold what? Like on a telephone? Wait, 76 through 2015? What? How'd you do that? So many years. That's almost 40 years, bro. I guess. I don't know if that even, will the military let you even stay in that long? And how old were you when you joined? What? Oh, okay. It was you. Oh, okay. No, I saw you. I actually referred to you again when I was saying I couldn't remember the MOSs in the Marine Corps. I said, but I learned something, and that was 88M in the Army. Of course. Yeah, I had my commanding officer was a female in the Navy. Matter of fact, I worked under all females were my officer. No, not all of them. There was a dentist and a butt doc. Yes. They were males. Meaning a butt doc, meaning and I'm struggling for the name. And here I am in the medical field. A proctologist and a dentist. They both were males, but my commanding officer was female, and the other officer underneath her, she was female. Matter of fact, my first class, was she first class? Yeah. She was a female. Oh, they're no different than, well, they are different than men, obviously, but it was pretty low key. They didn't. The only time I got to deal with them was when they called me to, I don't know, they had a question or they wanted me to teach a class, and they'd call me in and ask me to put together a class for the next month. And then I'd, yes, ma'am, there's no different then. Yeah, there's a big discussion about that, and I'm sure they had that discussion before they started allowing females in the military. But, as you know, some of the branches allow them in certain capacities more so than others. As far as I know, the Marine Corps, don't quote me on this, the Marine Corps still don't let the females in direct conflict, how do you put that? At war, where the Army does. But not to my knowledge, not that I didn't ever see any females, in a Marine Corps. At least not out in the field. Yeah. No, I did see a girl out in the field when I was during my deployment, but she was part of the dispensary. She was dealing with the finances and handing out money to us when we would have semi-tractor trailers when they were available and when they made it to our fob, that we would actually get to do some shopping out of the back of these semi-tractor trailers. Well, prior to them arriving, disbursement would show up and they'd set up their little shop behind the door, and a girl was actually helping one of the other guy Marines, and she was paying out the money for us, US dollars, and then we would use that to buy stuff in the back of this semi. Yeah, that is why girls get their own accommodations and the guys have their own accommodations, because girls are girls and guys are guys. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, we all know what happens when a guy is out in the field for that long, and then a girl all of a sudden appears. It's like, duh. And vice versa. Yeah, I guess they would kind of have to have their lower their voice, wouldn't they, more? Kind of to help control the, on that note of lowering my voice, I mentioned before that I had a second class petty officer, same rank as me. There's actually a bunch of us second class. That was like the going rank. There were third class, the one below second class, but most of us were second class, including, so who's in charge when we're all second classes? And the answer is, well, the one who has the most time in the rank And it happened to be the youngest guy in our unit. He was 26, 27 years old. Matter of fact, he was on that T-shirt I posted, Alonso, Doc Alfred Alonso. He was a Filipino kid, 27 years old, and we were all over 40. So we were reporting to him. Well, he told me, it was something I never heard before. He was encouraging me. He says, he actually complimented me, and he said, you know, Doc, um, you present yourself as being good to go. And he says, one thing you might do, just as a suggestion, is lower your voice. And it kind of caught me off guard. I was like, huh? What do you mean lower my voice? And the next question is, why? But that's what made me think of that. Your comment about those females that you served, COs, commanding officers, always had that dyke adjacent person about them. And I guess, in order to portray a more commanding presence, that lower octave, that lower range, holds I don't know, whatever. But, on that note, that Filipino kid, we didn't see eye to eye. Even though my wife's from the Philippines, he knew we had that in common. He was married. He's Filipino, married to a Filipino lady, and I was an American white guy married to a Filipino. So we all knew, each other's food. At least I knew his food. And he actually made some for us while we were there, and that was to die for. And it didn't last long. All the Marines got wind of that, and they literally finished it. But it wasn't adobo. It was the rice porridge. It's oh, come on, Filipinos out there. Oh, I just said it in my brain and it went away. Oh my gosh, somebody's gonna Google it for me. Anyways, steamed white rice, and then you add water and you add garlic or garlic and anyways, as you guys are discussing something else, it's like a rice porridge with chicken, and it's got eshuete in it, and it makes it yellow. And anyways, you make a big old pot of it or a big old bowl of it, and it can serve the masses. You can have it any time of the day: breakfast, lunch, dinner, midnight snack. And I'm struggling with the name of it as I'm telling the story. But anyways, we didn't see eye to eye throughout the deployment, and so we kind of kept our distance because of that, and it was unfortunate, but yeah, it's the way it was. I had my thing to do that occupied my time, to keep me busy and sane. And what I did, he didn't completely agree with, so he was always kind of like, actually verbally expressing his disapproval. And I was, waving my hand at him as I walked away, and I'd go do it anyways. But it was more of a discriminatory on his part, and Hoorah! Did you ever get a chance to go to Al Assad base? The Filipinos did our laundry service. Yep, that was one of my peripheral jobs, was to keep track of when the laundry was to be sent out when we could, and I'd tell everybody to get their clothes bags ready, and they'd send it to Al Assad base and return them washed and somewhat pressed. Tostado! What's up, bro? Not to mention over the entire United States. Awesome. Because of your job, like you said, they logged over 1 million miles. Mustaka, that's right. You're in San Diego. Right on. I love it. We had that conversation last time, right, Tostado? About Mira Mesa, Manila Mesa, and the rest of the Filipino community. Bonita Plaza, Nasty City. Yeah, that was it. That's cool. How old are you, Tostado, if I may ask? Is that a show, part of the show? I'm not familiar. I don't follow that. Is this Gibbs from NCIS? Oh, part of your unit was in Al Assad. Yeah. Were you here, Howard, and heard my little... It wasn't a mishap. It wasn't intended to be, but it turned out to be I got in trouble for it when I went to Al Assad. Yeah, we had a near drowning out in the field. Figure that one out. I actually treated a near drowning while on patrol. A guy fell in a moat and literally disappeared head to toe underwater. Marine Corps. Corporal. And he bobbed back to the surface and was saying, help me, help me. And we extricated him. Some Marine put in his M16 in his hand, and it was crazy. You can actually read a story on my blog about it. Go to illusiondweller.blogspot. I can't. My fingers aren't. Spot.com. And find that story about near drowning. And so to fast forward, that guy I took to Al Assad for a follow-up medical appointment. And while I was waiting for him, I got to see Robin Williams, Brett Farr, and some haughty female model at the theater there in Al Assad. And so while I was in there watching Robin Williams, the Marine, I made the mistake of letting the Marine go from my side and go shopping with some other fellow Marines that he ran into, that he knew. And I told him, be back at the theater at, 2:00 or whatever, because our ride was going to be at 3, something like that, 3 p.m. Well, it turned out that Humvee that was our ride back ended up showing up at 2 instead of 3. So there I am standing all by myself out in front of this theater, and the Marine still hadn't showed back up yet. It was still early. Well, he should have been there, So I'm looking for him. And meanwhile, this Humvee all of a sudden shows up, and they've got the young Marine inside, and they're like yelling my name, MacKay, MacKay, and they weren't being nice about it. And they finally got my attention, and I looked over, and they're like, get over here, and so I get over there, and there's my Marine inside the Humvee, and they're like pissed off because I wasn't with him, and I should have been. I shouldn't have left him away from I shouldn't have left him from my side. And so anyways, and then that got back to the fob. Once we got back there to fob heat, and I got approached by an officer who just grilled me up and down, and I stood my ground right in his face. I was as old as he was. We were both in our 40s, and he's, using his rank to throw his weight around, and I was standing my ground, and the information he got was incorrect, of course. Imagine that. So I was trying to defend myself, and he didn't want to hear it. And so he's like, if I find out you're full of shit, I'm going to have your ass or whatever. And I was like, Roger that, Commander. You go do your homework. Now go do your homework. Find out. Get back to me when you find out. He didn't like that, but I didn't care. God. Seriously, I was like, I was right in his face as well as him being in my face. He said, you're taking sides, bro. You don't know. You haven't heard my side, and you don't seem to want to hear it. So he got all mad, turned around, and off he went. And I never heard from him again. But I was in the wrong to leave that Marine side. And to tell you the truth, that was the naivety of me. I didn't know. Or maybe I did, but I had forgotten. That's probably the case. I was told, but decided, we were at liberty, on the base, and when it was the only opportunity we got to go to Al-Assad base. Oh, and by the way, Robin Williams was a kick. He was nuts. Yeah, praise God for the military, Aaron. Oh, and on the way home, oh my gosh, I didn't tell you this. I'm married to a Filipina. Yes, I was actually married in the Philippines. 2002. CPU, Central Philippine University, Iloilo. Oh, if you didn't know that already, Tostado. Maybe we talked about that. My wife's from Iloilo. Hoorah, Air. Pass the word. Keep putting that out there. Evan, are you Filipino? I got in trouble again. Remember that T-shirt? If for those of you that haven't seen it, let me put it up there real quick again. I'm not going to have audio just for a few seconds here while this is up on screen, so I won't be able to talk and narrate. But this was a T-shirt that I got in trouble making, and I'll tell you about it. Hold on. So anyhow, when we were relieved and we were leaving, we got shipped back to Kuwait, to the, I don't know if that was a camp or a fob there in Kuwait, whatever the name of that was. It was like a little, those that have been there, they had all the, or many of the fast food instead of Carl's Jr. It was called what is that with the yellow star? Hardee's. They had a Hardee's there. They had a pizza place. They had um, Coffee Bean, a little kiosk, Coffee Bean, little shack, and they had a T-shirt shop. A bunch of guys from India printing T-shirts, and some other stuff available for us to shop at and get souvenirs and stuff before we left. So I decided to have that T-shirt made. And hey, Josh. All right, brother. Sorry, you can't stay longer. We all miss you. Yep. They had Pizza Hut. It was a different pizza. Was it Pizza Hut? Don't know if they had McDonald's. Maybe they did at one time or when you were there or somebody else. But yeah, you get the drill. So, and they had they also had a enlisted club under the tent. Remember that? I don't know if they had the officers club and an enlisted club. So anyhow, so I'm at that T-shirt shop, and I already had the design drawn out with my pencil and pen, and they helped me out. The Indian guys helped me out to transfer that onto a T-shirt, and their own little suggestions on where things should be or how it could be, and we came up with that design. Let me change the battery here while I'm. That's what happened just now. The battery went out. Stand by. Stand by. Almost there. There we go. Should have battery back. Okay. Let me see if I can zoom in a bit here. Whoa, it's a little big. There we go. And focus. There. Okay. So I'm back. So I had that T-shirt made, or at least I had it submitted, the order submitted, and they said that it would be here tomorrow morning. It would be back that quick. And or whatever the time frame was. It was going to be there in time before we left. And that's what, that was one of the requirements, the biggest requirement. Is this going to be done in time? Otherwise, I'm going to pay $20. I think that's what I paid for it. And, I was going to be out $20. But if that's what happened, then I would have lost 20, and I didn't have any problem with that. But I took the chance. So it was supposed to be there when they opened it, 6:30 in the morning or 7. I remember setting my alarm on my watch, and in the tent, in those air-conditioned tents, and I set it at 6:30. I got up, everybody's starting to stir because muster was going to be at 8 a.m. So I thought, I can do this. If they're open at 6:30 and that T-shirt's going to be there, then I should have an hour, when I get back. So I hauled Bud over to the T-shirt shop. I don't know, it was 1/8 of a mile run or whatever. And I'm, double timing it over there. And I get there and the guys are just getting there. And I'm like, oh crap, I'm looking at my watch going, it's going to be a while for them to open the place up. And they saw me and they're like, yeah, we'll be open in 10 minutes, but no T-shirt here yet. No T-shirt here. And I thought, oh, crap. I said, so when's it going to be here? He said, well, we should have a shipment coming in at 7 o'clock. And I'm just sitting here staring at my watch going, crap. And it 7 o'clock passed. And then it's 7:15 and there's nobody there yet. No shipment in yet. And the time started getting closer to 7:30. And I thought, oh my gosh, I'm going to have to leave. I can't risk this. It's not worth it. And all of a sudden, there's the truck. It comes in. They find it real quick. They get the transaction done. I had already paid for it. And they put some plastic around it. And there I am running with this T-shirt over my shoulder. And I'm hauling back to because the muster was at 8 o'clock. I get back at like 7:30 and the muster is already in formation. I mean, the whole battalion is lined up. And I thought, oh my gosh, they started early. And all of a sudden I see my first class in the rear, kind of in line, and he sees me running. And yeah, I mean, who can't see me with his t-shirt flying in the wind? And he's like, he's not yelling out loud. He's like, get over here. He's like, doing one of these. And I thought, oh crap. Here I am, 43 years old, and I'm being reprimanded non-verbally by body language. And he like just, you stay here with me. And I thought, oh shit. And they're already going through the motions. They muster had already started. And I was like, oh my gosh. Well, luckily I wasn't missing in action. God. At least they didn't get that far. And everybody's accounted for. And then afterwards, I wasn't to leave his side. He still had more to dish out. And I couldn't do anything but suck it up and, take the punches. And he said, bro, you got more coming. And I was like, yeah, I can imagine. At your service, what am I to do? And they assigned me the work party. And I'm like, okay, what's the work party and what's that entail? And he says, come here, let me show you. And it's like, back to the tents we go. All the sandbags, all the sea bags are being stacked up, and I mean, there's hundreds of them, and they're to get packed either on board a ground transportation and or air transportation. First, it was ground. We had to pack all the sea bags into trucks. And then, it was a big assembly line of Marines and one corpsman, transferring these bags one person to one person all the way up to the transportation. And then once we got to the airport, I'm part of that work party, and I got to pack with a healing rotator cuff. Oh my gosh. And that didn't do any justice for that. I re-injured it. And so I ended up packing the airplane, or helping pack the aircraft. And I thought it was all over. As a matter of fact, I got assigned a first class seat on the unmarked 747 or 727, whatever the model was that we flew back on. And I was like, oh my gosh, never flown first class in my life. Even to this day, that was the only time I got a chance to fly in first class and enjoy the seating, at least, accommodations. Well, it didn't end there. And I didn't know this, although I thought it did, because now I'm flying first class. We land in Germany to refuel. And when we landed in Germany, all of a sudden, as I walk into the terminal and all the rest of the crew are being shown where the USO is, the USO club, for the military, where they got, all the amenities and billiards and whatever, restaurants in there. This Marine Corps security officer or security guard approaches me, and he's like, he looks at my name tag, and I'm like, MacKay? And I said, yeah, that's me. And he's like, follow me. He goes, guess what? He says, you're mine. And I thought, huh? He says, yeah, stay at my side. I don't want to see you leave my side. Out of eyesight. And I thought, holy crap. And he didn't smile or anything. He was like, I'm sitting there trying to, make light of it, and he didn't even acknowledge it. And he just kept me at his side wherever he sat down on a bench. I sat down on a bench next to him. he was assigned to me. And there I stood the whole 2 hours or whatever it was, under house arrest. God, in the airport in Germany. And then after that, it finally let up. And that was the end of when I got off back at 29 Palms. Actually, we got back at, God, where did we arrive first? I think it was Camp Lejeune. And then we flew again to 29 Palms, or maybe it was direct 29 Palms. But seems like I had to do Camp Lejeune to demobilize. Yeah, because they sent me a flight. Actually, it must have been 29 Palms back to Camp Lejeune, and then Camp Lejeune back to Philly, where I met my 8-month pregnant wife up in Philadelphia. But yeah, so that's what I got for that T-shirt. My God, Gary, what the heck? No, I haven't. Well, it's not a bazooka. It's a, what do they call those? AT-4. That's the Stinger missile. It's a shoulder-launched, wire-guided. What's the wire-guided missile? That's the equivalent to a bazooka anymore. Fired mortars. Got a chance to play, per se. Why, any chance there was to go to a range or to shoot anything, there had to be they were doing it for practice, there had to be a corpsman nearby, in case something happened. That's the reason why we're there. That's why there's Navy corpsmen embedded with the Marine Corps, to provide medical support. So whenever we went to a range to play with, firearms, I'm like raising my hand. I'll do it. I'll be the corpsman for that. Get to go play with, all of the above. And mortars as well. They had handheld launch mortars where you actually squeeze a trigger, click, click, would launch a 60 millimeter mortar. And then they had the big 80 millimeter tubes, and had a crew of Marines let me drop one of those. And the 240 Gulf, mounted on top of a Humvee, and a Barrett 50 cal. That was the sniper weapon, and then the automatic ARs, the M16 and the M4s, etc. And then the 9mm was the pistol that was issued in the Navy. No, yes, we were talking about that, Mr. Wonderful. Somebody just earlier was saying I get emails from them, and I said, yeah, me too. But no, that was before my time. It was 19. You have to look at the years. It ended in 89 or something like that, the suit, and I wasn't there until 2000. So. There you go. I love it. See? You're talking about a 249. You're talking about the 240 Gulf? What's 249? Or is that a typo? That's cool. It's always fun to talk about. Of course, when you're AA MCO. Oh, gotcha. And I'm sorry, Everloving, did you say you're in that was, what years were you, sorry, the Gulf War? Or was that? Gotcha. Or were you the one that said you were there? You might have crossed paths with me. Wow, this was a good turnout tonight, guys, gals. 0708. Okay. OIF. Yeah. Well, Josh that just left, he's Army Special Forces. Some great stories. He unfortunately got blown up by an IED, was medically retired, lives in Wisconsin, and he's got some great stories and can talk so much about his armory and his background in the military. He's a collector now, and he's got a whole armory in his basement. He's ready for the apocalypse. He buys and sells. Got you. I love it. I didn't know that. I thought 762 was the round of choice for the United States, right? For the M16 and the 5.56, or is it the other way around? 5.56 is the AK, or is the AK? Yeah, the AK-47. Is that 762? The bigger round? Yeah, the bigger one. That makes sense. We did a ballistics test while we were over there. We were bored, you can imagine, when we weren't doing something. They went out to the range, to play and to get rid of ammo. They had so much ammo, they didn't know what to do with. So they just needed to use it. It's like use it or lose it. And so somebody came up with an idea. Let's test out the SAPI plates and the Iraqi plates that they use to see which one is more effective. So we set up vests. We set up our glass pack, plates, the SAPI plates. Somebody, a U.S. vest, and then they put a Iraqi vest with their 1/8 inch, was it 1/8 inch or 1/4 inch steel plate, in their Velcro pockets, and those Iraqi plates were won over the U.S. glass pack or the SAPI plates. The AK penetrated the glass pack plates, and although it put an impressive through and through dent into that steel plate, it didn't penetrate it. It would have broke you, but it didn't. It wouldn't have gone into you. But we were impressed. Like, imagine that. It stopped the M16. Our vest stopped the M16, and of course the M9. The 9mm. But the AK-47 went through and through our plates, but it didn't penetrate nor did the M16. I think the M16 and the AK-47 went through and through our SAPI plates, but the Iraqi steel plates stopped both of them. And we were just like, which one do you want to wear? It's like, didn't the U.S. test this? Hey, Z, Musta. Everybody meet Z. Z is from the Philippines. Some of you are asking questions about the Philippines. Well, we have a Filipino in the house. And Girl in the Mirror, she's also in the Philippines. Ice Spice, Aaron. Yeah, that 1/4 inch steel stopped both of them. And we were about, I don't know, we were what, 75 feet, something like that. I'm just guessing, 75 feet. So 5.56 can't shoot through half-inch mild steel. Yeah, they weren't. It wasn't half-inch. It was, I don't know, maybe it was 3/8, but it was just impressive, to see. Even though it was heavier, of course, than our lightweight, high-speed glass packs. And now they've got an upgrade to those plates. I remember reading about them online. The Army came out with something more superior then. Hey, kid, do me a favor. Get rid of the P word in your statement there. I just cringe when I hear that, because that word just turns heads of anybody. For all I know, the government has that word in as one of the key words they look for that pops up on, their search in order to look for people that are involved in something like that. So, yeah. Get rid of that. Matter of fact, I can do that for you without getting rid of you, but we'll get rid of that comment. It didn't stop the AK. Not on our test. and as well, once those SAPI plates are broken, they can't be reused. They're done. You got to get a replacement. Whereas those steel plates, if you got one hole going through them, they're still going to work if you don't hit that same hole. I don't know what a M855. You guys can talk amongst yourself. I'm not familiar with all the ballistics. So green side, both, Sean. Good question. I started out blue side until I got deployed with the 123 Marines, and then I went green side. I actually learned about greens. I learned about the green side when I went to FMSS school, Field Medical Services School. How to be a corpsman on the green side. But I wasn't assigned to a Marine Corps unit after that. I went back to the blue side to my unit there in Oxnard, Point Mugu, Naval Air Station. And then when I got deployed, I got placed with the 123 Marines out of Houston, Texas. And yourself, Sean? Marine Corps? No, fake words. How about that, Dave? Come on. Take your head out of your butt. Hoorah. Actually, I was enlisted, so I work for a living. You don't have to call me sir. You can call me Doc or HM2. How about that? 1-4? Awesome, Sean. Are you in now, or you're no longer? Hoorah, Sean. That was my first experience being embedded with the Marines. So it was a crash course to, welcome to the Marine Corps. Other than my school training, at Camp Lejeune and Camp Pendleton. But as far as, working with them on a prolonged basis, that was my first experience with them. RUN. Dilly. Okay, you put a smile on my face. I'll give you that. Oh, no way. She's a chief. What's her rate, Andres? That's cool. Oh, she's HM? I'll be dang. Well, tell her you met a doc, a fellow doc. Is she still active? And where is she? Is she in the United States or where's she based? That's cool. Tell her you met HM2. David Boyles, go back home, bro. Come on. Oh, she is. Okay. Well, I left the Navy in 2007, so 1999 through 2007, also reserves. What? What fob? How old is she, Andres? Um, no, I had an opportunity to pull the trigger on one, but he behaved himself, so I didn't. I'll tell that story again sometime. It was a sniper patrol that I went on with two snipers, and they gave me an opportunity to put their crosshairs on an Iraqi man. So I did, and they asked me, "You think you could pull the trigger?" And I said, um, "I guess so." It's a target, and I know how to hit a target. I asked him, "Is this thing zeroed?" He said, "Don't worry about it. You'll hit whatever you're pointing at." I said, "Okay." So I kept my crosshairs on his chest and waited for him to do something he shouldn't do, and he never did. So, hey, holy! Don't forget the like button, guys. Let's see how many likes I can get up there. How many is up there right now? I can't see. Oh, if I look over here on, gosh, I have to update it here. How many does it say? 58, brother! Hoorah! Wow, that's a record. 59. Everybody, let's get up past 60. How much can we get? It looks like I'm at 59. Wait, I got myself there. I just made it 60. That puts my channel in front of more people, so it'll appear on their recommendation list or on their swipes or whatever. Camp Adder out of Nazarea. I didn't hear about that. Yep, 2 more weeks, bro. Eduardo. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh my goodness. Ah, that feels wonderful. You mean before? During the first Trump term? Thanks, Howard. Appreciate it. Everybody, this person, welcome. I can't read your Russian, but don't forget the thumbs up, the like. Subscribe if you want. I'm trying to get monetized here. I'm a little more than halfway there. So, as far as people watching my content, getting enough watch hours. Live life. What's up, bro? Oh, Andres, you said she's 38. Well, I was 37 when I joined the Navy, so does she want to be an officer? She want to be a nurse? Why don't you is that what she wants to do? Encourage her to go back to school. Get her bachelor's, or get her bachelor's in the Navy and have them send her to officer school. She could be an officer and finish out her, or I don't know how many years she's already done. Is she already at 20 since she's 38? Absolutely, a-hole. Thanks for recognizing that. Not too many people. The biggest question is, are you really a doctor? But those who know ask otherwise. Hoorah! Well, I have a story about being a search and rescue corpsman, search and rescue swimmer. I had an opportunity to go to Pensacola, Florida, and do the same. When I first stepped, my very first day in the Navy, imagine that. I was nervous enough just knowing who to salute, making sure I saluted an officer and not an enlisted. And I'm 37 years old, and I had a chief call me into her office. She'd never seen me before. It was my first day. Filipino, speaking of, Filipina nurse, corpsman, chief. And she called me into her office, closed the door, and basically it was, relax. Who are you? And she introduced herself, and we began that back and forth. And next thing you know, she started hearing what I like to do in my off time, what I'm interested in doing. And I told her, I was into rock climbing and mountaineering at the time, and civilian paramedic, and so on and so forth. Married to a Filipino, and she's Filipino, so. And after hearing that, she said, hold on a second. Let me make a phone call. Next thing you know, she's on the phone, and she's speaking with somebody, and I'm overhearing it, and she's talking about Helicopter Squadron 5, HCS 5, up in Port Hueneme, California, which is north of the unit that I eventually settled in with and became my unit, my drill station, which was up in Point Mugu, Oxnard, California. Port Hueneme is just up the road from Point Mugu. So she gets off the phone and she tells me, I was just speaking with HCS 5, and they're short a corpsman, a rescue swimmer, because unfortunately theirs was killed in an unfortunate motor vehicle accident, not even military related, and they need a replacement, ASAP. And so I'm thinking, and she's like, what do you think? And I thought, you're asking me? And I was fit, you know, I'm not bragging. I was just in shape because my rock climbing, you know, kept me in shape up until I was 53 years old. So I could hold my own, you know, and she just figured that would be a perfect opportunity for somebody like myself. So next thing you know, I'm driving up to 4 hours or however far it is up there, 3 hours up to Port Hueneme, and I interview with these guys, and they're all down. They're like, if you want it, position's yours. And I thought, holy crap. They're asking me if I want to be a rescue swimmer on a helicopter squadron, on a Black Hawk, helicopter. You know, and I thought, let's do it. You know, I was nervous. I can, you know, and not, again, not bragging, but my dad was a competition swimming in high school when in his day, and he brought us up, you know, to know how to swim. And I was actually using swimming uh, to keep myself in shape as one of my activities when I was rock climbing. So I was all over it, but nervous as heck, thinking, gosh, what am I getting myself into? And I had to go through I started the physical. And it's like I passed my physical except for a dental issue. I had a cap that came off. And so I needed that replaced. The dentist recognized it. He said, yeah, you need to take care of that before before they start submerging you in water and yada, yada, yada. It's just a technicality. I can't sign you off until you get that taken care of. Well, I wasn't working as a civilian. I was in between jobs at the time. And as a reservist, they only give you a little bit of insurance. And it didn't cover that dental problem. Make a long story shorter, I couldn't get that issue taken care of in time. They needed to move forward, like, you know, quickly. And I had to call them back and say, God, I'm so sorry. I can't take care of that. And they're like, okay, you know, sorry about that. We got to move. You know, we got to get a replacement. So I never got the position. So it's like, dang. So it was nice while it lasted, but unfortunately I didn't get. Is that what that is? Oh, I got you. Well, SAR to me is search and rescue. You know, even in the civilian world, SAR is search and rescue. So I didn't realize there was any other. And even in the civilian world, SAR is search and rescue. Why are majority military casualties for the U.S. women and children? Huh? That's not Ali, is it? Ali Abdullah? I wouldn't think it was, because if that was the Ali I know, the Ali Abdullah that I know, he wouldn't be asking that question. He was my one of my Iraqi interpreters over in Iraq. None. Rock you. And what do you mean? Do they let you voice your opinions? Where? When? Because my job was to work on sick and injured people. And although I had the opportunity to take a life, I was plugging holes more than making holes. Oh, in the military, do they? Sure, you can voice your opinion. Of course. I have no idea, bro. 58 people still looking at the channel. Is that right? We're up to 65 likes. Thanks, guys. Nope, not me. You ain't military, bro. A-hole. No, I don't think you're military. How about that? No, it's okay, DeMarcus. That's fine. Remember, a lot of them are keyboard warriors. The longer they're in my live stream, the better off. As long as they're not being stupid, you know, or too stupid, I should say. They're Facebook experts. Colonel DeMarcus Rocchio Durgaff. Who else we got? Abdullah. And who else? Anybody else? That seems... Oh, Drain Sewer. There's Andres. Barry. Sorry, brother. I didn't... Correct. Thank you for recognizing. I'm sorry if I took long to see your comments here. SJN. James. Oh, sorry, bro, if you're still there. There's usually three things that we talk about: the Word of God, military, and emergency medicine. And they all kind of weave together. You know, one is talked about and through the other, etc., etc. Live life. Thanks for coming. Where'd this guy go? From, I'm guessing, Russia. Howard, Felix. Okay, I think I've gone back quite a bit. Robert. Welcome to the show. Monkey Juice. Okay, I saw you guys. Let me keep going to the end here. Republican. Alimo. Praise God, bruh. Now, Alimo, where are you coming from? I'm trying to see your profile pictures. Can't quite. If I'm shot in the chest, can I do something to help myself? Yeah. Try to, if you have something, make a, oh, you're in Scotland. Well, that's my heritage. I'm a Mac, as you can see. That's why I spelled it what I can determine to be the original spelling of my last name, M-A-C-K-A-Y, MacKay. Hey, get rid of the N-word, please, Rocchio. What's the basic forms of contact? I have no idea. Never heard of that. So what do you do if you get shot in the chest? What you're going to try to do is make a one-way valve so you can let air out. So when you breathe in and your chest expands, the air can leak out, but the air can't go back in. So you got to develop a one-way flutter valve. Okay, and there's a few ways you can do that. But as a person without any equipment, how do you do that? If you got any cellophane, you can always put cellophane over it. That's actually would keep air just from going in and out. If it's still early after you got shot in the chest, you might just put some saran wrap over the hole and then put some dry dressing or a compress of dressings over that. But ultimately, you want air to be able to escape out, but not go back in. Okay, that'll help keep the air from developing inside your chest, outside of the lung, and eventually that pocket of air, if it gets big enough, is going to collapse or prevent the lung from being able to expand and breathe on its own. And then you're going to be compromised as far as your oxygenation when you're breathing. But the ultimate thing is to get transportation to a hospital. That's what's going to save you. An operating room or an emergency room is going to. Correct. Yes, that's what a chest seal does. That they come. You can go to the store and buy them. I think probably somewhere. And or order them online, and you can always carry them in your first aid kit. But what are the chances you're going to get shot in the chest? Probably slim to nil. But if you want to do it just to be complete, you could buy a chest seal. Yeah. I don't know, newbie. It looks like your name is quite fake, bro. What if you have a hairy chest? Exactly. Yeah, we deal with that in EMS all the time. We use a razor. That's why we carry a razor. Yep. We apologize all the time. Sorry, bro. Got to shave the hair. Yep. Hey, there's Josh. Help me out, bro. Hang around if you can, bro. Yeah. Thank you. That's exactly what I was about to say. It's like I need some help. But again, and if they're be patient with them. If they use some foul language, ask them to clean it up. And if they don't, then you can kick them out. But if they're being stupid, ask them not to be. And if they continue to be, then you can clean house. Okay? Sound good? 2007 was my EOS, my end of service. From 1999 to 2007. No, I'm not in Limo. No. I'm out of uniform, so no. A-hole, you've been in here for some time now. Are you talking about me or are you talking about somebody else? There you go. Whatever works, right? Here's some advice, okay? Some real world advice. Anything that you put over an entry wound, okay, make sure, whatever you got to do, make sure and designate it as an entry wound, all right? So when you give a turnover to whoever you're giving the person to, they don't just see a bandage on their chest, okay? So that it's just covering up a hole if you just put a bandage over it. And then when somebody goes to, assess the person, of course, they're going to have to take the bandages off anyways, but it doesn't, wherever there's a bandage, it can be misconstrued as just being an injury, a lump bump or a bruise, but, or a laceration or something like that. But make sure, don't just, some people they thought it was nifty to put a EKG pad, over an entry wound, as a seal. Well, that's the worst thing you could do because it looks like that's where an electrode goes, where a EKG electrode goes. In reality, there's a hole underneath it and nobody never knew it because somebody didn't tell them and they used the wrong thing too. So, but most of the time, entry wounds, they can be left alone. They're not bleeding, number one. You know, how many times do I see on YouTube video, it drives me nuts to see the police officers. Every time an officer's a shot, get a tourniquet, get a tourniquet. It's like, didn't a paramedic give you an in-service class for a tourniquet like me? You know, didn't somebody like me come in and give your class? And if you did go through the class, you know the indications for a tourniquet. So why are you putting a tourniquet every time somebody's got an entry wound in their body, you know, on an extremity? Drives me nuts hearing that and actually seeing live footage of officers that are doing that. Now, I'm not there, and I don't know if they've got an arterial bleed that's squirting out and shooting, you know, a distance across, you know, them. If that's the case, then there's an indication for a tourniquet. But otherwise, leave it alone. If it's not bleeding, don't bandage it. That way other people can see it, you know, and they don't misconstrue it as just a laceration. You know, you don't need to bandage over everything. Just leave it alone. If it's not bleeding, don't treat it. You think, oh, well, it's going to get infected. Bro, you're in the field. Please, come on. There's other priorities at the moment, i.e., get the person to the hospital. I was, Jacob, corpsman, equivalent to a medic, a Navy corpsman. Norseman, what's up, bro? Sean, what's going on, guys? Hey, again, thanks for the thumbs up, guys. We're up to 72. Oh, it was 72. Someone just took theirs down. Someone didn't like somebody. Oh, we're back up to 72. Well, big question there, bro. It's almost like a trick question, and I'll tell you why. I guess to answer your question, sure, I guess you could consider some of the treatment I've done as saving a life, but the most accurate question is, have I ever made a difference? And that is the majority of the time that we treat anything, is we make a difference. But to actually say to save somebody's life, that means if I wouldn't have intervened, they would have died. That's a big exception. That we actually have an opportunity, or that we actually make that difference for somebody in emergency medicine. You know, that's out in the field. That's not in a hospital. But there have been times, you know, sure, when somebody's not breathing, you know, they're not breathing on their own at all, or they're breathing so ineffectively that if something isn't done right now, it's eventually going to kill them. Sure. Overdoses is a good example of that. You know, somebody's overdosed on a narcotic, and you get there and they're literally not breathing. You know, and they're starting to become cyanotic. There's no more oxygen, or the oxygen is depleted, usually in the peripheral parts of your body, your fingertips, your nails, your nose, your lips, your earlobes, your toes are usually like around the eyes. the skin around your eyes, starts to get ashen color, because those are the most distal or further away from the heart, parts of the body, and blood starts to focus on the part of the body that needs to stay alive, i.e. the chest and abdomen, what's in the chest and what's in the abdomen. So the blood, it's called shunts itself, to those vital organs, right? It centralizes to them. So all the blood in your periphery starts to turn ashen blue, gray color. And so we'll get there, and somebody that's not breathing for a short period of time, somewhere around 3 to 6 minutes, they'll start to present that way, and they got ashen blue tips of their nose, around their eyes, ear tips, earlobes, around their lips, their fingertips, their toes. And so you end up giving them, or you give them either an antidote or you breathe for them, and then their color comes back. And then they start breathing on their own after you treat them with a drug, and or you're breathing for them manually. I'm actually like squeezing a bag, or so did you save their life? Sure, I guess you could consider that. If we wouldn't have been there, their heart would have stopped because they stopped breathing. And that's the sequence of events, not the other way around. And so and or somebody suffering from a medical condition, usually a chronic medical condition, and usually elderly people, and that's what happens to elderly people. They're coming to the end of their life, so their organs are starting to fail. They're getting old, and they develop medical conditions on top of them, and disease processes start affecting them, and then they have heart disease, and they got liver disease, and they etc. All of the above. Diabetic, people, it's a horrible disease that causes all kinds of yucky things to the human body. And so if their heart starts to fail, it's called congestive heart failure. And so when you intervene on somebody that's suffering from congestive heart failure, sure, you bring them literally from drowning on their own fluid, is what happens when your heart fails. Blood starts to pool back to the least path of resistance, i.e. your lungs. Your lungs start filling up with fluid. So you're literally drowning on your own fluid. And when we intervene, those are some of the most rewarding calls, is CHF patients, because you get to actually see them go from, visually sick, horrendously hurting, sick people, to awake sometimes and breathing and or thanking you when you get to the hospital, or holding your hand. Elderly ladies, very common, they get a hold of your hand, they just want to hold onto your hand, and you're holding their hand all the way to the whole hospital because you just took them from their grave, basically, and now they're sitting upright on your gurney, breathing on their own, with an oxygen mask over their face to help supplement their condition. Those are pretty wild. But those calls, I shouldn't say they're the exception, but they're definitely not super common. You run on the most calls we run out in the field, where our calls that we make more of a difference than anything. Somebody thinks it's an emergency to them in their eyes. They're scared. They don't know what else to do. They call 911, and we get there and we take their emergency out of their hand, and we help them, calm down. And next thing you know, they're at ease now, and you realize it was just a bad laceration that was bleeding everywhere. And once you bandage it up, now all the blood's gone. They're away from the environment. They're in your ambulance. Everything's calmed down. There's no more family members screaming and hollering. And by the time you get into the hospital, the doc does his thing, stitches it up, and releases them back home hours later. So did we save their life? No. We just took their emergency out of their hands and helped them out. Abdullah, what was your last question? I'm scrolling back here. Keep it tight, because if it's not tight, it's not right. Not familiar with Richard Pearl and the clean break report. Zevka. Who's Thomas? Hey, here, I've said this before, but we always got to clarify here. Remember, Durgaff, we signed up to be used, okay? We signed up to take that chance, right? It wasn't the foreign nation or our politicians. We signed up for it, so. Oh, a-hole. Are you talking to me? What was the question here, bro? I'm scrolling back here. What is the question? When performing for attention pneumothorax, what location do you choose? There's a couple of them. Third intercostal space below the clavicle, or between the 7th and 8th mid-axillary under the armpit. Is that good? Done both of them, bro. Did two chest decompressions in those spots. Actually filled up almost 2,000 cc canisters full of blood after trying to decompress a guy's chest underneath his clavicle. Ended up having a hemothorax where he was bleeding into it outside of his out of his lung after being shot. And we were there way late, and his chest filled up with blood, and he didn't make it. But I remember filling up almost 2 suction canisters of frank blood coming out of that 14 gauge needle underneath his clavicle. Yeah. Did I get my intercostal spaces correct? 2nd and 3rd mid clavicle, mid clavicular, and 7 and 8, or is it 6 and 7 mid underneath the armpit? No. Yeah, I've watched some of that, and no thanks. That's what have I done since I've been out? Not a whole heck of a lot. I've been retired since 2008, and my contract ended in 2007. So lots of bass fishing. And what else? Did some traveling to the Philippines with my wife. Lots of rock climbing. I was in the rock climbing circles for 30 plus years. So I continued to do that till I was 53. I built a turbocharged Mitsubishi Lancer wagon when I was 50. What else? Matter of fact, here's that picture. Here, you want to see me on the track with that Mitsubishi? I've got a professional picture taken. It's not going to show it all because I'm in a vertical format right now, but it'll give you sort of. I'll put it up there. Hold on a second. Here it is. Here. Hold on. So that was the midlife crisis that I decided to get into when I was 50. 2012. Yeah. From mom's basement. I like it. What's up? Ahmad. None. Not even in the medical field on the job, I haven't killed anybody. I had your mom. She wasn't that good. Am I supposed to be laughing over that? What's up, Christ believer? You and me both. And many of us in the room. What's up, Todd? Jacob? Shoaib. See, don't forget the thumbs up, guys. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. Remember, it looks like we're doing well. We got 85 people in here. Woohoo! Or 85 likes, I mean. Sorry. Do you need a blicky? Is that like a binky? I don't remember U.S. Liberty Attack 67. I was only 5 years old. Tell him Josh Eisen, one of my moderators, he's a medically retired Army Special Forces. His kids say he looks scary. How tall are you, Josh? 6'1", 250? Mukandabar. Mukandabir. Sing. Do you speak what do you call it? Namaste? 6'3", 240. Yeah, his kids say he looks scary, so yeah. Go toe to toe with him. I dare you. Oh, boy, B oink. Let me see what you said here. Sorry, I missed you. You think disclosure is coming soon? I don't know what that is. Sorry. Can you elaborate a little bit for me? Namaste. Did you understand that? Ah, so you do speak Hindi. Is that Hindi? Correct? Namaste. Here, let me repeat some Hindi words I learned and see if you should know what it means. See if I say it correctly. You know what dud chia is? Dud chia. I know they would need at least 4 of them. Make me break a sweat. So they did connect both of those incidences? No, I don't speak German. I didn't see that about the gravitic drones. All I know is this is how they spell hello in German. Hello. Hello. Siggy Sigma. Sorry, bro. Don't know what that is. They saying it's connected, but vehicles came from the same company. Ja, exactly. Right. Oink, did you hear my answer? Or was that bot B oink? Yeah, I didn't know what your question was. I asked you a question above, bro. Do you think disclosure is coming soon? Disclosure of what? Survival. Hoorah. A few of us in the room are Josh, Ison is Army veteran, myself, Navy. And there's, I don't know if anybody, there's a few of us that were here earlier. Some new guys that are Marine Corps, Army. And some are going to boot camp. Josh, I just met a youngster that was supposedly reporting to, where was he going to? Marine Corps boot camp, not Pendleton, but something island. What was it again? What's that? Paris Island, was it? Praise God for the military. Do you own a turbo? That's a VR is the Mitsubishi, no? Paris Island. Thank you, Unstoppable. I eventually thought of it. Yeah, I think somebody was about to report to Paris Island. He said he was really nervous. Any advice? I said, drink water, more water, water, and more water. And when you're done, drink some more water. And I said, and put up with the yelling and screaming. I said, don't worry about it, but don't laugh at them when they're doing it to you. Whatever you do, I said, you're going to get your whole unit in trouble, all because of you. You all witnessed something paranormal in the porta potties? I wouldn't doubt it. What was it? Dankeschön? Dankeschön? Jacob. King. Yeah, the VR, that's a Mitsubishi, no? Talk to me, Turbo. Are you still there? Yeah, and Dankeschön. Yeah, I know. Yeah, then when you puke, start over. No, I'd say take a break, chill out, stop, and I'll let you know when to start again. Good night. Are you leaving Survival? Thanks for the thumbs up, by the way, if you haven't already. Hint, hint. Why wear a patch on your cover? What good was that going to do? Another turbo. Oh, wait, it's the same turbo. First it was turbo VR, and now it's just plain turbo. Oh, you're there. Well, you were VR. What was VR for? Isn't that the name of a Mitsubishi? The VR? A Mitsubishi. Wait, maybe not. Maybe I'm. Go for it, dude. Leo. What's up, Leo? Praise God for the military. Awesome, bro. $11:20. Officially 40 more minutes, but we'll see. Gosh, my wife uses a lot of that flavoring for this water. Holy moly. It's like extract or concentrate on the bottom. Okay, what's she got over here? Some chocolate? What is this? Ah, milk chocolate, 0 sugar added. What else she got over here? Something to just nibble on here. Okay, it's a little bit of water left. I guess I can handle that last sip of that concentrate. Oh, you're in the right place, Turbo. Talk to him, Josh. Ethan. Actually, not really. My dad had a plaque on his wall growing up. He did 4 years in the Navy. But other than that, I don't know of anybody else in my family that ever joined the military. None of my brothers and sisters. So I'm like the only person in my siblings that joined the service. Oh, I see what you're saying, Willie. So you had the pin, like I have, and so you took them off and used a patch instead. I gotcha. You know, I had people 50-50 telling me, why don't you take that thing off? And, there was scuttlebutt going around as to, the pros and cons of leaving it on there as far as being identified as, somebody not knowing the difference might think you're an officer was one of the contentions. So take that off so you don't stand out like a sore thumb. And I left it on the whole time I was out there, so. Oh well. What the heck flavor is this? It just says milk chocolate. Okay. Wow. Now, what's that? Sorry, Hamza. Washington from Iraq. Sorry, what do you mean there? Oh, what got me involved? Good question. Quite different than the average recruit that joins, or young man that joins the military. I was 37 years old. When I went down, I was actually 36. When I went down to a recruiter's trailer and walked in and asked about a program that I had been told about. It was called Advanced Pay Grade Program, or APG school. And I was told I read in the brochure that I had, that the military incorporates your civilian experience, or they can incorporate your your civilian experience into the military. So I was a paramedic and was a licensed paramedic, nationally registered paramedic. And so I went in there and they asked me, what do you do? And I said, I'm a paramedic. And they said, oh, we can make you a medic in the Army. And then I went over to the Navy side and they said, oh, we can make you a corpsman. That's the medic in the Navy. So since my dad, so I always remember, again, seeing that plaque on the wall in his bedroom and some pictures of him when he was a youngster with his whites on and his Dixie Cup hat in the Navy. I decided, well, if I'm going to do this, I was leaning more towards the Navy. So I took the information and brought it home and made a decision, part-time job in the military, and I can work my full-time job in the civilian world. Why not? I always wondered about the military, and this would give me an opportunity to do it, not on a full-time basis or active duty. I'd be doing it as a reservist. And you do 1 weekend per month and a 2-week stint out of the year. So I thought, why not? So I signed an 8-year contract and started in 1999 and I ended in 2007. And it was, it was a good experience. It wasn't Mr. Toad's Wild Ride as I described my civilian paramedic experience, but it was another aspect of the medical, pre-hospital emergency medicine. Just doing it in the military as opposed to in the civilian world. And then I got deployed in 2004, 2005. I got deployed in 2004 and I got home in 2005. And I provided medical support for the Marine Corps. That's their cover, their desert cami. And that's the Navy rate and rank of a Navy corpsman. So that was my story. Quite different than, the 18-year-old that joins the military. The training, Ethan, in the military, that's a good comment because they didn't have to train me because I already had my civilian, skill set as a paramedic. A paramedic is an advanced level EMT. And so they jumped all over that when they heard I was a paramedic, and they look at your schooling and they look at the classes that I attended, the whole curriculum of a paramedic, the paramedic curriculum. And then they look at the military, where does that fit in the military ranking system? And they brought me in as a 3rd class or an E4 when I joined the military. And so I didn't really learn. I didn't have to learn anything else, although I did learn some additional stuff. And really the only other thing that I learned was suturing, which was basic. It was anything involving other than there was a mnemonic. What was the mnemonic they used to remember the don'ts? It was a rhyme: eyes, nose, penis, toes. If there was a laceration that required suturing to the eyes, nose, penis, or toes, don't touch it. That requires some special care for obvious reasons. So as long as it wasn't the eyes, nose, penis, or toes, then we could suture it. And of course, if there's any question as to whether or not we should be, if that was above our pay grade, then we would ask a doc, to evaluate it for us. And then they'd say either yay or nay. And the other thing was like little peripheral stuff, doing ear examinations with an otoscope, looking at eardrums. And actually I didn't realize I was going to have an opportunity to look at a lot of eardrums in Iraq. Josh can tell you why. But as far as But as far as my experience in the Navy as a whole and over in Iraq, I didn't get exposed to a whole heck of a lot. There were some different things I got to see and do, but I got to see more in the civilian world only because I worked it full time. I was working at 12, I was doing 72-hour shifts. As a paramedic, I'd sleep over in an apartment for 72 hours and then go home on the fourth day. So you're living and running calls 24/7 sometimes. I hope I'm not running calls 24 hours a day, but you get the gist. So much more exposure, in the civilian world, where as a reservist, I'm going to a Navy base, Naval Air Station, and I'm sitting on a weekend on a Saturday, Sunday, when the active duty guys and gals, they're at home. Although in the medical field, there's never a day off. So they're either still on base, in the infirmary or in the hospital, standing by in case somebody comes in and is sick or injured. But on a Saturday, Sunday, it was like ultra slow. And then I'd go home on Sunday night and resume my paramedic job, which is where the calls, is where the exposure to lumps, bumps, and bruises and sicknesses, came out. And so I didn't get a whole lot of experience with patients in the military, not as a reservist. And then when I was deployed, it was fortunately, yet unfortunately, fortunate for the troops because they weren't getting injured. But what does that mean for the medical people? That means we're doing nothing. That's the nature of the beast. Where it really, and as morbid as we can be, I'm rubbing my hands together saying, let's go, let's get to work. Well, if I'm going to get to work, I need someone to come in who's sick or injured. Well, that's just, like I said, the nature of the beast. And over in Iraq, it was, like I said, fortunately slow. Nobody was getting injured, which again is a good thing for the guys, but a bad thing for me. What do I do for 7 months? I sit around a lot, hurry up and wait for 7 months. It was boredom, beyond boredom. Lots of time to do nothing. I whittled. Imagine, it's amazing what your imagination comes up with just to stay busy. I smoke cigarettes and I don't even smoke. But I'm like seeing the guys over there at the smoke pit, and they're all smoking away. And that was our job security. The smokers, they'd come in with shortness of breath and or when they got the flu during flu season, which we were there during flu season, like right now, September, October, November, December, everyone's getting the flu. And so the smokers, they suffered the most. They'd come in wheezing. And of course, the biggest treatment was stop smoking. But anyways, you get the idea. So when during the flu season, we got busy. But, what do you give for a flu? What do you do for a person at home? What do you do for yourself for the flu at home? Well, we were doing the same thing. They'd come in for, doc, I can't breathe. My nose is all stuffed up. It's like, okay, take some of this anti-inflammatory and some decongestant, to help decrease some what is it? Whatever the over-the-counter stuff is. We either had it or we didn't. Most of the time we didn't. And or giving them an albuterol treatment, for their wheezes because they're smokers and they're now sick with a fever. Hoorah, Spitfire. No, 43 is the cutoff, William. 43, you can do 20 years and retire at 63. You can join the reserves. I don't know. Maybe you can join. I don't know if that's peculiar to the reserves or if that applies to the active duty as well. You'd have to go into a recruiter's office and ask them. The drones, is that what you're asking? Somebody already asked about that. And I said, well, I think they're drones. But as far as elaborating on that, I don't know. Whatever. It's a distraction. It's like Bigfoot or, the Loch Ness Monster or aliens or any other conspiracy that people want to talk about. As far as what they are. Or what they're for, I should say. I think it's pretty clear what they are. They're drones. Drones are drones. Somebody's flying them. As far as why, I don't know. Australia, Rico. What's up, bro? We got a few Aussies visiting on the channel and some New Zealanders, some Kiwis and some Aussies. And Royal Marines. Hey, we have another. What branch does Jeff Sasso active in right now, Josh? Is he Royal Marines over in the UK? We have another UK Royal Marines. Is that UK or is that Canada? I just caught myself. Is that Canada? No, that's UK, correct? Andrew? UK. Hoorah. There's another fellow Special Forces. His screen name, he's in the United States right. He just popped in a few days ago, and he's part of the SAS. His name's screen name is Jeff Sasso. No, Benny. Naval Academy implies officer school. And I wasn't an officer. I was enlisted. I was a Navy corpsman, a second class petty officer. HM2, hospitalman, second class. What does that mean, bro? Benny, you too. Are you in Queens? Seriously? Tony! God is good. Oh, Queens in Miami. Oh, I didn't know there was a Queens. What are you talking about? What are you talking about pulling? Is that an expression that is like for the young kids these days or something? Pulling a girl? Clammos, I think you're in the wrong live stream for that. Evening, Redskin, Red Scorpion. I mean, I read that as Redskin. Oh, how to get girls. Oh, I gotcha. I'm following you now. Okay, from Queens, you live in Miami. Okay, that makes more sense. Gotcha. Well, I'm down the Parkway 2 hours in Atlantic County, near Atlantic City, New Jersey. Exit 41. What exit? Oh, I like that. Let's get back to Trump quickly. I love it. That is too good. I like that. Clemis, get back on track there, bro. The Word of God, military, or emergency medicine. One of the three. Or all of the above. Grow in the mirror. Oh, is Atlantic City still a thing? Yes. Oh, be dang, you actually saw Tony Bennett there. Yes, it is. It's still going. It's still plugging along. What was the name of the movie? No, if you would have read the channel description, you would have known. Just one Red Scorpion, just once to Iraq, 2004, 2005. Fob Heat, spelled H-I-T, pronounced Heat, in the Al Anbar province. You can see it on Google. Just type in Heat, Iraq. And the other part of our battalion was at the Haditha Dam. We had someone to blame that way. You know what? Jeff Sasso used to give me a hard time, jokingly, all in fun, of course. Cariño, ¿cómo está? I'm from San Diego, California. I live in South Jersey. Joshua, now we got another Josh in the house. Hey, Josh, do you see your sidekick here? No, my son does. My 19-year-old. Oh, what happened to my, oh, I guess I just burned out my battery, my second battery. Yep, I sure did. All right, that's fine. I got my webcam going strong, so. Navy, United States Navy, with the Marine Corps cover. No, he's upstairs playing. I think he's playing Fortnite right now on his laptop, along with his cousins. The cousins live nearby, and so he's online with them playing Fortnite. What's up, Turgid? You see, somebody recognized I was Navy right away. Tell who? You too, Carino. You speak Portuguese. Is Argentina Espanol or Portuguese? Espanol. Oh, you are? That's cool. What do you do, Fish? What's a cuerpo activo of del ejercicio argentino? Espanol. Okay. Poquito Espanol, but I'll try my best. Oh, cool. You were during Desert Storm? That is a defaulted. I do have some YouTube music in there, but the song that's playing now, I believe, is one that came with this StreamYard platform here. That's the name of this live stream. Hoorah, fish! You and me both. And what what rank and rate are you, fish? Poquito, cariño. Muy poquito. Gibson. Gibson. Bien ski. From the Philippines. ¿Cómo está? Bien. Come up here, Bien. Akyat. Akyat ka. Palihog. You want to? Now, Central Valley, where are you, bro? Is that California by any chance? Poop pants. You're not in anymore. How about you? Were you ever in poop pants? California? Dude, where are you? California, Tulare County. Dude, I worked in Delano. Are you kidding me? What are the chances that somebody from Tulare would end up in my live stream? Bro, I worked in McFarland, Delano. I responded to Tulare. I went to the prison on a regular basis and took people into Bakersfield. I went up to Fresno to the Children's Hospital up there. I went up to University Medical Center, UMC. Oh my gosh. Small world, huh? Oh, it is. Oh, well. Well, you can come up with your voice, Bien, and you don't have to open your cam. It's virtual Elon Musk. Wait, is somebody using his picture by any chance somewhere? No. Mustafa from Cameroon. How cool. What's your question, Central? I was a paramedic in Delano, working for Delano Ambulance before they were bought out. Correct, cariño. Correcto. Oh, that's okay. I thought you were talking about me. No, I'm better looking than Elon Musk. No, I retired my license. I let my license expire actually eventually, but I walked away from paramedicine in 2008. My last job as a paramedic was 2008. No, it's okay. I lived in Tehachapi. I know you know Tehachapi. And I used to drive all the way down the mountain and up on 99 to Delano. And then my wife and I, after I got married, we moved down into Bakersfield because I was starting to go to school, go to college down there. So we wanted to live closer. So we moved down into Bakersfield near the BMH, Bakersfield Memorial Hospital. And my wife was a nurse. So I would commute, the 30 miles up to Delano, and she worked there at Bakersfield Memorial Hospital. And then we would just, a short drive, she would just hop back home and I would meet her back home after my shifts there in Delano. That was 2000 to 2004 is when I was there, when I worked for Delano Ambulance. Isn't that a small world? Isn't that cool? Good old Valley fever, right? In the Central Valley, the San Joaquin Valley. Oh my gosh. And I'm in New Jersey. Sorry. So I'm a San Diego boy. Because of the Navy Reserves, because of this, I relocated up to, let's see, where was the first place I lived? I lived in Tehachapi by myself. I was going through a divorce and I moved. I was looking for a job and I found one up at Wasco Ambulance. You know Wasco. Dave, whatever his last name is, he's the owner, or he was the owner of Wasco Ambulance. And he hired me initially. So I was living out of my truck. Actually, Dave let me stay at the paramedic quarters for like 2 weeks. I'd sleep on the couch while I was waiting to get my first paycheck from him so I could put down enough money on an apartment up in Tehachapi. So I eventually moved up to Tehachapi and I was living there. And then after I met my wife and I brought her out to California, we moved down into Bakersfield. And that was the last place I lived before I got deployed. When I got deployed, I went to Iraq. My wife, being from New Jersey, her aunt and her sister flew out to California to pick her up, got into my Mitsubishi wagon, and drove across the United States to New Jersey so she could be near her family. So she was in New Jersey while I was in Iraq. So that's when I left my residence in California. And then when I got back from Iraq, I eventually flew to Philly, reunited with her, and started living in New Jersey at that point from 2005 on. Well, in 2007, San Diego was calling really loud. So I found a job at the San Diego Zoo / Wild Animal Park at the first aid station at the paramedic level. Don't ask. I was handing out Band-Aids as a paramedic. And so I moved to California. She followed eventually. I had to literally drag her out of New Jersey. And we lived there from 2007 to 2011, back in San Diego. In 2011, I found a reason to go back to New Jersey and keep her happy. So we've been living here ever since the December, January 2011, 2012. So we're living here at this house since 2014, actually. We were playing gypsy for a couple years until we found this house, living in her brothers and sisters and aunt's house here in South Jersey. I know, isn't that something? Yeah, I worked with the couple of locals there in Delano, Filipinos. I don't know if you're a Filipino by any chance, or one of those Valley White guys. Yeah. Are you white trash or are you Filipino? Just kidding. But yeah, good guys. I worked with 2 Filipinos as my partners. Just memories, working with those guys because my wife's from the Philippines. So when I met these guys, they thought, it's always, we had something in common. I knew a little bit about the Filipino culture. So yeah, I worked with Paul. What's Paul's last name? And Adrian Peralta, 2 Filipino guys. Tarmiya, Iraq. Good times. I'll be dang. Route coyotes and Irish all day. I'm not sure what that is reference to, but I'm sure you do. Well, there's a lot of those Miyas. What's Tarmiya, Haklaniya? What was that? What was that? I wonder what that in Arabic, the IY or the name Iya, IYAAH, because Haklaniya was spelt the same with the IYAH. Tarmiya, Haklaniya. Remember Haklaniya? Filipino ladies? Yeah. Ura, Central Valley. God is good. Thanks, Central. Yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I try to dedicate those days. Sometimes I'm on again randomly, but Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. to midnight Central, Eastern time. And we just talk about the military, emergency medicine, because I was a paramedic and Navy corpsman. And the Word of God, of course, is woven in there frequently. We'll talk about all of the above. Steve C. See, lots of military. Thank God. Well, see, it's actually, my vision is like unfolding through this live stream. I was wanting to do like a podcast eventually, where I get another person up on the panel and interview them privately, off live stream, and then take that material and create a video, just like these other channels do, and create a video out of an interview between, a common foundation, visitors, whether it's medicine or military or the Word of God. No, I don't. I mean, I drink what I need to drink to stay hydrated, right? Speaking of, you just made me pick up my last sip here of this strawberry aid, whatever my wife put together. Okay. Stacy. No way. Come on, Stacy. Let's do it. Seriously. I would love to. If you asked me, what the format would be like, I'd have to say, well, we can figure that out. And that's what editing is for. The magic of editing does wonders. But it would just be like we're doing right now, except you would be next to me up on stage via video. If you've ever done a Zoom or any other video conferencing or doctor's visits as they do today, it's the same thing, except we won't be live. We won't be live on YouTube. It'll just be you and I on stage together privately. And then I'll take the material and edit it and condense it down, into 20 minutes or whatever. We could be talking with each other for 2 hours, but I'll take that content and we can, I can create that back and forth exchange. Zoom in on you, zoom in on me, both of us on the panel, just like you're, cut to this camera, cut to that camera. Well, that's the magic of editing. So if you'd like, wow, seriously, my email is in my description right above the YouTube channel. Click on the description and drop it down and you'll see email. And just, it it makes sure you're a human being. You know, it goes through the make sure you're not a robot, a bot, and then it'll reveal my email, and that will get me to my. It's automatic. It's a Hotmail address that I listed, and it's already pop mailed to Gmail, so it'll go right to my email address if you respond to that Hotmail. And if you want, I mean, I don't mind posting it because I guess I don't. But yeah, I'll just let you drop down the description. If you're on your phone, I'm being told that you can't find my email. You can't find that drop down link to my email. So do you have a laptop or an iPad or a desktop, or just let me know. Those of you that are expressing an interest in, you know, sharing stories or talking about whatever, we can do that. Just go to my job. I keep calling it a job description. Hello. The channel description, a YouTube channel description, and click on the drop down description, and you'll see email address, you know, and go through the steps to get that information. Okay. Well, here, let me open up Gmail real quick. There we go. And if you want, you can put, you know, for the @ symbol, you can just use the word @, you know, just spell it out phonetically. Uh-oh, big earthquake in China, 7.0. Chris, what's up, brother? Hoorah, Ganja. Are you really? Are you a flight? What do you do? Are you a nurse? Stacy, I used to work. I was a flight medic on a fixed wing, Cessna and Mitsubishi turboprop. Yeah, give me your email. I'll drop you a email right now, and that way you'll have mine. Where are you, Stacy? It may not drop a an @ symbol, an actual. No, I'm not. Actually, I might have an X account. Goodness gracious! If you dropped your email address, I didn't see it. Yes, Coconut, United States Navy. 1999 to 2007. Well, if it happens, it happens, Ganja. You know, if it takes off and becomes popular, then imagine that. Stacy, where'd you go? Or are you looking for the email address? I'm looking. Oh. I don't see anything yet. So I'm on standby here. 8 years, Coconut. 1999 to 2007. Praise God for the military, woman. Zoom in. Poquito español. Guess. Zoom in. Thanks, Ganja. Riot. Hoorah. Praise God for the military. Yep. No problem, Jeff. Some of them are just being typical keyboard pros. But yeah, do as you wish. You know, am I interested in dating? Linda, if I was single. Where are you coming from, Linda? Calm down, Coconut. What's up, Coconut? Zoomin' Monkey. Wait, you're against LGBTQ? What's 2? What the heck? 2 plus? They got Q2 plus now? What in the world is that reference to? Here, I'm not against it, but I don't condone it. I understand it. I understand why. Absolutely. With 5, holy moly, Linda, how do you know how that happened? Australia, there we go. Now we got somebody from Australia. I was saying earlier, we get people from Australia, New Zealand. You're as old as my daughter. Actually, you're younger than my daughter. Love you, man. Love you too, Riot. Your best, Clint Eastwood. What's he say? What is his classic? Does he say something when he squints his eyes? That's The Rock. Oh, is that? He says, go ahead. Make my day. Oh, yeah, yeah. Go ahead. Make my day. USA. You and me both. Why aren't you a Texas Ranger? Trump. Who else would I mean, it was kind of an obvious. Who else would you vote for? I mean, it's baffling as to why people, other than not liking the guy, I can understand that. But that's not what you're voting for. When you're looking at somebody's resume, you're hiring them based on their resume. And in his case, Trump's case, he's got 4 years prior to back up his resume. He already proved what he can do. And so it's like, so who am I going to vote for? Somebody that's never been there? Or somebody that's already been there and did an incredible job for our country as well as the world the first 4 years he was in. And to deny that is just being, it's like inexcusable, or irresponsible to deny that. It's like, I didn't get it. It's like, why would people deny what he accomplished and what he did? He was accomplishing exactly what he said he was going to. And accomplish things in record time, unlike almost any other president in history. So, I mean, why would I vote for anybody other than him? You did? Well, I rest my case. Yeah. And you know what? You want to hear my story? No, you don't want to hear my story. That's an example, But if the media got a hold of my background, you think they could create a story about my past? It's like, so you hang around anybody long enough and you'll find skeletons. Linda, well, I wasn't an elder when I had my first child. I was 21 to be 22. Actually, no, I was 22 when he was born. And she was 19. Yeah, we were kids having kids, literally. Well, young adults having little adults. Not even, but you know the drill. You were as old as my mom when she had my brother. Yep, she was 16 years old when she had my brother. I tried, Dave, and I get patches. I don't have the ability. I can grow a nice mustache and a little full goatee, but over here it gets patchy and it's like it doesn't fill in, and it's like some over there and some down here and a little bit up there, and it's like, okay, time to get rid of that, So I've just been shaving it all off. So. Well, I only know of an M16 that was being in the military. I haven't played with a whole heck of a lot. My dad I grew up with my dad shooting ducks, so I know a little bit about shotguns, but other than that, I don't have a whole lot of experience. I got to shoot some cool stuff over in Iraq. So, but you know who the person to ask is? Josh Eisen. If he's still here, Josh, are you still there? Oh, Josh. I don't know if he had to go back, but he's one of the moderators in here. He's a Special Forces Army, so he would have a great conversation with you about that. Yeah, women. Oh, I didn't even read the name of your profile, but now I just read it. Yeah, no kid, or no. You know what I say is like, I want to be a. Let's pick one. I want to be a cheetah tomorrow, right? I want to identify as a cheetah. Praise God, Noah. My friend came to me and he said, I thought he might be trans. He says, what should I do? Listen to him. And it's been really rough. I think you need to go to Dr. Phil, King of Madness. Actually, I wouldn't even recommend Dr. Phil, but queer or sometimes questioning, intersexual, asexual, and two-spirited. Oh my gosh. Seriously. Let's add some more. Let's add, what about animals? I want to be a cheetah tomorrow. Would that fit into, or sometimes questioning, intersexual, asexual, and two-spirited? What are we gonna fit a cheetah if I want to identify as a cheetah tomorrow? And I'm not being facetious. I was just at the hospital. My son had a doctor's order to get a X-ray done, a chest X-ray. So we took him to the local hospital. My wife works at the hospital, so we could do an outpatient, X-ray. So we went up to right down the road, a mile away, and we checked in, and we were waiting to get an X-ray done. And we were going through the check-in process, and it was our first time, my son's first time. So they needed all the, the details, name, address, phone number, all that. And they asked, about what gender are you, or do you want to identify as? And my son's like looking over at me, and I'm looking at him going. So I started quizzing her. I said, I know you got to be careful about this, but what are your choices there on your computer? And she started reading off, just like you, kind of. And I said, what if I want to identify as a cheetah today? And she said, and I said, I'm not trying to be funny, because some people do. And so she said, you can do that. And I said, so what category would you check? And she said, other. And I looked at her and I was like, seriously? And she, you could tell she was like, she couldn't comment, and I was like, you see how ridiculous this is? How does society accommodate? It's like, what Pandora box? And how far does it go? And where does it stop? It's like, what? I want to be a hippopotamus tomorrow. How is society going to accommodate you as being a hippopotamus? What's your diet? How are you going to order food at Denny's as a hippopotamus? How do they accommodate for you? Like, what? Anyways, so that's what I think when people start writing abbreviations, LBTQ. Maybe I'm on the wrong page as far as, oh my gosh. Yeah, let's do it. Let me be an alligator tomorrow. Technically we can, right? Evolution says we are, right? We're no different. So the question is, why can't I go out and kill somebody like Jeff Arnold? A lion does it to a gazelle. We don't bring them to trial. And people are like, but, and I want to hear your rebuttal. But what? If we're just pond scum, we're just the result of pond scum, right? Or a Big Bang explosion. We came from nothing, right? We're just products of chance, right? We're just animals. We're just a higher intelligent animal in the animal kingdom, right? Isn't that what some people say? So why are we any different? Why do we hold any different morals or standards than a lion does to a gazelle? It's like, how do I fix my cowardice? Exactly. I don't know. Anyways, I didn't realize I was going to get off on this tangent. I guess the LBGTQ 2+ got me started. The 2+ is what got me. It's like, what in the world is 2+? That BS Sports is making a change. Well, yeah, we won't go into detail, but yeah, I think something's going to be done about that as well. Respect is keen. I already said earlier, people said, so what if I am? And I was like, well, I don't condone it, but I should say I understand it, but I don't condone it. I understand why people are lesbian, gay, bisexual, all of the above. Cheetah, 2+, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, whatever. I understand that. I understand why people choose to be that. I can explain why people choose to be that, but I don't condone it. So, you know, to respect it, no. Nope. I don't respect it, but I understand it. It's just confusion. It's confusion, it's deception, it's brokenness. It's the same as what causes seizure coma death. It's all part of that. We're broken people. That's how I know why people are that way, choose to be that way, is because we're broken. We're broken people. What behavior do you expect from broken people? You expect broken behavior. And that's exactly what we see. And I'm talking about myself. You know, I'm a broken person that chose to understand the truth. And now I'm offered a chance to do it again when I take my last breath. I'm promised a chance to do it again when I take my last breath. And I chose to take that as a broken person. Now I'm made free from that. That makes sense? And anybody can make that choice. Even the LGBTQ 2 plus ABCDEFG community can choose to make that choice. And they too will be promised a chance to do it again. And they'll be forgiven of any shortcomings that they have. Forgotten and forgotten as if it never happened. Yeah, and they'll have another chance to live again once they take their last breath, but this time for an eternity with their maker, with their creator. You see, so, God's not willing that any should perish. Any means any. We're all broken. We all come from the same cut. So I understand why we have this incredible dilemma. Why people are not understanding that there's a penis and a vagina. Period. It's just like, come on, stop it. Stop it. Stop the nonsense. My Lord. That's right. That's it. That's right. Preach, Langdon. We all have come short of the glory of God. There are none righteous, no, not one. I mean, it says it for a reason. It's like, oh my gosh. Due to one man's sin, all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. Did you hear that? Because of one man's sin, all have sinned. We were all broken after that point. That's why we have now come up with these unbelievable mindsets of the male and the female gender. Holy moly. Come on. That's not my stinking thinking. That's the creator's. It's like, are you kidding me? Seriously. That's sad. It really is. It's almost like it's out of control. Yeah. Yeah, zoom in. You know what though? To put that in context, zoom in. What does that mean? Explain that to me. Explain Matthew 7 to me. What does that mean? Let me ask you a question, Zoom. Do you drive? Do you drive a vehicle? I don't know your age. Do you drive, Zoom? Langdon, hoorah. Or Longdon, sorry. Call you Langdon. Matthew, you do drive. Okay. Um, it means what it says. Okay. So I'm asking you this question on purpose. When you drive and you come to a stop sign, do you judge the distance between the car in front of you so that you don't get too close? It's like a stupid question. It's like, of course you do, right? I know I do. I have to make a judgment as to how close I am, as to whether or not I want to stop there or there, right? That's a Marine Corps hat with a Navy insignia, correct, Longdon. Hold on, Captain. Well, you can go ahead and answer, but you see what I'm saying, Zoomin? We make judgments every day. No, it's not a different meaning. No, absolutely not. It's called making a righteous judgment as opposed to an unrighteous judgment. If you read that in context, as a matter of fact, if you keep reading or you go to the beginning of the chapter and you read, and you put that in context with other places in the Bible where it talks about judgment, you'll see that it's talking about unrighteous judgment. That's what it's saying you shouldn't do. There's only one person that can do that, and it's God himself. But to judge, are you kidding? I make judgments every day. So if you say do not judge, it's like, really? I make judgments every day. We have to. You see, so you got to put it in context, and people take it out of context. To just throw it out there, and say God says do not judge, then what, am I supposed to stop making judgments? You have to explain to somebody, or you give an example. Using the Word of God is the best way to do that. And if you don't know how, that's okay. I understand that, because most people don't. I didn't until I learned otherwise. You see, so to make judgments is critical. We have to every day. Yeah, so anyhow. To state facts from doing my homework, so I understand, hence I believe in something. Hey, we won't go into that discussion. But those two are interrelated. To believe and understand. You need to understand before you can believe. Where most people say, they should be saying, I think or I suppose. Because they really, truly don't believe. And why don't they believe? Because they don't understand. So anyways, based on that, most people haven't done their homework. And I'm including myself. I didn't know the difference between, thou shalt not judge. But I realized, well, wait a minute. I was coming to a stop sign or a stoplight, and I thought, you know what? I just made a judgment. I judged how far I was between the car in front of me. And it's like, well, then it can't be meaning that, because I make these judgments every day. So then I had to go back and started doing some Google, searching on that particular thing. And then it was explained in some article. It's unrighteous judgment. And then it made sense. It's like, okay. It's not just saying, don't judge. Big dog, I don't understand. You're talking a lot, but you're not saying anything. Or is it I'm talking a lot and you don't understand much? Would that be more accurate? And that's not being hurtful. if it doesn't mean anything, what I'm saying, then that could be it. What do you believe the meaning of the verse to be in its context then? Is, for instance, I'm not to take the role of God himself and start being the judge, the ultimate judge, to make a decision as to what is right or wrong. It's reserved for him to do that. To be the ultimate decision maker. That's like me saying, if you don't believe in God, you're going to hell. Why? Because I said so. You see, that is being judgmental. It's like making an ultimate decision and telling somebody they're going to go to hell if you don't believe in God. And they ask, so why shouldn't I? Why? And I say, because I said so. I'm not the judge when it comes to that. That's unrighteous judgment. It's true though. It makes so much sense when you understand it. You're like, oh. Say what? Big dog. Who are you, bro? Describe yourself. Are you what age group do you come from? And where's your father? Here's some off the wall questions. Where's your dad, big dog? Praise God, Oswala. All the time. Yeah. Well, I'm waiting for his answer. Where's your dad? Just curious. Code orange. Biggle packs. For misleading the masses. What was her last problem? Big dog. What was your last? For misleading. White are the aliens. Okay. We've got a problem, Houston. Yeah. There we go. Uh-oh, Chris! Oh my gosh, I clicked the wrong person. Oh my gosh. That's what I get. Chris, how the heck did that happen? Hold on a second. Let me, I need to try to fix something. Oh my gosh, how did that happen? I just deleted my moderator. What? Okay, wait. Unhide user on this channel. Wait. What in the world? Oh, there you are. I just put you back. It's like, wait, I you know how the room scrolls? Well, I was clicking on somebody and it must have went boop and went to you and I went click. I was like, oh my gosh. Like, wait a minute, where'd he go? Okay. I think I corrected it. Holy moly. Molo! Superman! Ciao! Arrivederci! Code orange is not a joke. Look it up. What is code orange? Is that like when somebody says something and then you go code orange, meaning somebody just said something, be careful or something like that? Help me out. I'll Google it here as I speak here. as I ask. Code Orange, kid, American metalcore band. Oh, it's a band? Oh, it's a band. Code Orange. Uh, that was a dork move. um, oh, whistleblowers saying Code Orange for Homeland Security. I don't see that in here. Just see a oh, in response to. Why was something said that you decided to say Code Orange? Good night, Molo. Gracias. Grazie. I didn't have an MOS, bro. I'm in the Navy. It's a rank. HM2. Hospitalman, second class. Petty officer. Is that is that truth or is that Facebook blah, 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 blah. Rumor? Scuttlebutt. That was what I was looking for. Al, what's up, bro? Oh, you mean that's true? He's out of here? Who's taking his place? Or do they have a vice? What's his title again? Canadian Prime Minister? Wait. What? Trudeau was a. I don't know this. What's their? So does he have an assistant that takes his place, or a vice prime minister? Yeah, okay. So does he have a vice prime minister, or a, what would it be called? Not a prime minister, but a secondary minister? Good night from New Jersey, USA. It's 12:30 in the morning. You know, I'm past my midnight curfew. Seriously, what part of Iraq, Hamza? 51st state of the United States. What part of Iraq, if you're in Iraq, Hamza? Oh, I see. He's not running. Okay. So he's just stepping down. Would that be the better way of saying it, instead of he resigned? Are you in Iraq, Hamza? For certain? Really? What part of Iraq? Yeah, stepping down. Well, there it is again. Chris said he resigned. Trump essentially said that he did a horrible job as a prime minister, and him stepping down is because he knows Canada should be the 51st state. Did he really say that? I love it. Did he really? 43 years old. I was just told by a recruiter when I went to get my haircut. I was talking about when I joined the military, the cutoff age was 37. And then later they increased it to 42, 5 years more. And then the recruiter in the chair next to me said, it's 43 now. And I said, really? He says, yeah, I'm a recruiter. And I said, no way. He's like, yep. So 43 years old, he told me. And so you can do 20 years and be 63 when you retire. That makes sense. Let's see, I'm curious now as to. There, it just came right up when I typed in cutoff age. U.S. Navy official site. Of course, that's not going to go right to the answering my question. Now, see, varies by branch, but generally up to 35. That's not up to date. These age limits, again, I don't know what year this is. It gives it per. Air Force is 17 to 42, Army is 17 to 35, Coast Guard is 17 to 41, Marine Corps 17 to 28, Navy 41, Space Force 42. I don't see 43 on here, but then again, I don't know what year this, or if this is USA.gov. Well, from the recruiter's mouth, he corrected me and said it was 43. So, yeah, I guess the best way to ask is go to a recruiter and ask them. So even this isn't correct because it says the Navy cutoff is 41. Well, I'm not going to say that's not correct, but it contradicts what I was told. Imagine that. There's always exceptions. Why not retire at 50? Well, if you join at 30, you can do 20 years and retire at 50. If you're 18, you can retire at 38. That sounds, it's like I knew that when I was 18 years old, but for some reason, I just thought, wow, 20 years, I just can't think that far ahead. It doesn't make sense, to you at 18 years old. Yeah, they're saying depends on the branch. That's what I was just reading. Longdon, right. Yeah, I don't even see 43, on that, as far as that's concerned. So why was he was Army. He belonged to the F-16 unit that's out of the airport over here. It's a reserve unit. National Guard, should say. And he was sitting in the chair next to me and he turned to me and he said, it's 43 now. And I said, whoa, didn't know that. So. I like that. I just use that. Is that why you're using it now? A, B, C, D, F, G, community people? Might as well, right? We can. Were you really, Rising Sun? Were you a mechanic or support for them? I'll be dang. Awesome. Rising sun. Love it. I identify as a warthog pilot. Exactly. Right. So what's your diet consist of as a warthog? And Shaw, yeah. Beautiful. Am I a 5-star general? No. I'm prior military, so I'm not a anything. I was. Hey guys, this was incredible. Before I go, has everybody got a chance to click the thumbs up, the like? Where's the camera up there? The like button. I'm overwhelmed with the amount of thumbs up that people have given me. Oh my gosh, I'm over 121. That's crazy. I mean, this has been, I think no less, I think this is the least amount of eyeballs looking at the channel is 19 right now. It went up to, I think, over 100 at the beginning. I couldn't keep up with the amount of people. But this does so much for my watch hours. If that doesn't make any sense to you, just take my word for it. It's really, really good to help me to my quest to being monetized. And then, not that that makes a whole lot of difference, but that's what I'm shooting for, is to get hopefully 4,000 watch hours. And I'm at like 1,800, but 3,000 is when I can officially start earning revenue, which isn't much, but it's a start. No, I was a second-class petty officer in the Navy. That's equivalent to an E5 in the other branches. A sergeant. Yeah, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Chris, right? Monday, Wednesday, if you want to type that in real quick. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 2000 to 400 or 0000, or you can always put 8 p.m. to midnight. Petty officer as opposed to a commissioned officer, D. A commissioned officer, gosh, you'd have to Google the technical definition of the both, but commissioned officer is one that gets a commission. As a petty officer, he gets a paycheck. It's like, I'm not even going to guess at the equivalent. It's like, again, I'm not going to even guess, but the officers are in charge. The commissioned officers are in charge. Those underneath the commissioned officers are the enlisted officers. They differentiate them in a playful banter way of saying the enlisted officers work for a living. The enlisted side of the house, I should say it that way, they work for a living, whereas the commissioned officers, they're the ones behind the desk. And it's not true, but that's what they say. A different rank, different pay grade. Again, you'd have to Google the difference between how they came up with commissioned officers and enlisted. In the real world, a commissioned officer has a bachelor's degree or above. A enlisted officer doesn't need a degree to be an officer, an enlisted officer. They're placed by their time in their job. So the more experience you have in your job, the more likely you're going to advance in your rank. That makes sense? So one is based on time in your job, and the other is based on your education. Hey, change that. 8 p.m. to 12 a.m. There you go. You corrected it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hoorah, Johnny. Correct, Justin. United States Navy. Well, all the branches are structured that way. They got commissioned officers and enlisted. So one is based on education, the other is based on work experience. Hence the reason why some work for a living and others don't. Physical work, I mean, not that the commissioned officers don't, you won't find a commissioned officer out there on point. You see that in the Navy SEALs. They got lieutenants and commissioned officers out there in the fight. But ultimately, they are the ones in charge. They're the ones making the ultimate decisions, are the commissioned officers. Oh, that's a good thought, D. Never thought of that. Like how many... Really, I say this sometimes with like stores around town. When I ask them, you offer military discounts or veteran discounts? Oh, I'm sorry, sir, we don't. And I always ask them, not that they can do anything about it, but I always think, you ever think about that? I go, how much money would a company actually lose if they just automatically gave a 20% discount, not 10, not 15, but 20% discount to all veterans? Of course, having to verify that you are one, but I think the numbers wouldn't be so overwhelming that they would lose money on the veteran community by offering them a 20% discount. So that goes along with what you just said. It says, why not a company like YouTube just automatically allowing veterans, of course, you need to go through the steps to verify that you are, to be a monetized channel. If they choose, I mean, how many military veterans, maybe today's day and age, the young kids would jump on it more, but why not? Is that really going to make a negative impact on their, on their finances? If they allow, all veterans to become monetized. Not everybody makes a gazillion dollars like Mr. Beast and, all these other, YouTubers and vloggers. It takes work, and it takes, sometimes it's, you gotta have some background or experience or luck or skill or whatever in order to be, financially successful with a channel. But you can make a gas money paycheck. That was my goal when I first started doing this. I thought, you know what, I'm retired and a little extra money wouldn't hurt. Even if it just filled my gas tank up for a month, I didn't have to worry about putting money in my gas tank if it was paid for, with a paycheck. Why not go for that to start? Right? Why not? Just yeah. Anyways, guys, gals, I'm out of here. Tracer, guys, hit the thumbs up, and where's my camera? Hit the thumbs up. I got two cameras and one's not working. Hit the thumbs up, and if you want, click on subscribe. Do the drill. You already left a comment in the chat room. Click on the bell icon. That'll give you a notification next time I'm on, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know the drill. So, okay, I'm out of here. I gotta go eat. I'm getting hungry. and all the rest. I got to get something to drink and go to the bathroom and all of that. Do I have certs? No, I'm not anymore. I was in the medical field. It's full of certs and licenses and continuing education, and I let all that expire. So I'm no longer certified and so on and so forth. It's all up here now. So, all right, guys, let me end this with a bang and do this again on Wednesday night, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Sound good?